Section 14 of The Birth of Yugoslavia, Volume 1 by Henry Baerlein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. The Shifting Sands of Macedonia, Part 2. Nikita, the Comedian. The discontented Serbs could now no longer, as in days gone by, look hopefully towards Centennia. Rumors, and something more than rumors, were circulating as to Nikita's character. For many years, that very shrewd person was going to gull the Western world which, meeting him on the Riviera, was enchanted by his picturesque costume. But if Queen Victoria and Mr. Gladstone had gone to ask the Montenegrins, they would have found that he was hated, and not only in the Brda and the parts bordering on Herzegovina, but even in old Montenegro. His adherents were chiefly to be found among the Negusi, his own clan, and in the family of his wife. Certain English devotees of Nikita have actually been to Centennia, have, as they proudly tell us, been embraced by him, and have enormously admired his al fresco audiences when he settled all manners of problems to the perfect satisfaction of these tourists. Some of them, with a decoration or so, and with memories of dinners and shoots, have written books that are a song of praise. And if Nikita's subjects tell these gentlemen and others, including members of the British Parliament who have not been to Centennia, but who know just as much as the traveled ones about Montenegro, if they tell them that Nikita is a ruffian, the answer will probably be that he who says such things must have a grievance, and that those foreigners who have criticized him, Miss Edith Durham, Baron d'Estrelles de Constant, and Mr. Nevinson, are altogether mistaken. I do not propose to make a long and dreary catalogue of his iniquities, but only to mention a few items. It was in Montenegro a matter of common knowledge that the wheat which Russia sent in large quantities for his famine-threatened people was not given, but was sold to them by Nikita, the proceeds being shared by himself and 4 or 5 privileged families, the Petrovich, Vukitic, Martinovich, and Yabuchini. A member of one of these families became so affluent that he built himself a house, and a gentleman who still survives, Tomo Oravak by name, wrote on this in the year 1878 a rather humorous poem which he called The Red House. Oravak, at the time an official, the intendant of the Montenegrin army at Kotor, and he naturally had to resign his post. The Tsar sent a certain General Ritter to examine the charges, and, one result, a Russian decoration was conferred upon Oravak. According to etiquette, it was transmitted through Nikita, and that personage gave it to a friend of his, a Turk at Podgorica. Nikita is apt to disarm one by the quaintness of his ways. Later on, Oravak, who was one of Montenegro's earliest schoolmasters, organized the intelligentsia for the purpose of obtaining a constitution. Nikita was not yet ready to grant such a thing, and his representative, who attended one of Oravak's meetings at Podgorica, inflicted upon him 2 grave wounds. The reformer was then expelled. The powerful intervention of one of Nikita's cousins saved his life. His mother, and both his brothers, more Montenegrino, were likewise expelled, and his house was bestowed upon a certain Croatia, who lived in it for 40 years. One must add, with respect to the Russian wheat, that Nikita did not sell it for cash. The wars of that period had left the land in such distress that no cash was available, and so the wheat was delivered in exchange for bonds that would someday become payable. When the wars of the 70s were over, an edict was issued, and from end to end of the country, so goes the story, men had to sell their sheep and cattle and horses, their sticks of furniture, their land itself, to meet their obligations. Meanwhile, the Austrian frontiers had been closed. No selling was possible outside the land, and selling within it was only permitted to certain specified persons, agents of the prince, and at a fixed price. The profits were enormous. The country was ruined, and from that time date the great emigrations to America, as was pointed out by Mr. Lieper, the Serb-speaking Scot, in his admirable contributions to the Morning Post. Nikita loved to bestow things upon himself. A famous hero, Novak Vujašević, killed 17 Turks in one day, and when he went, in consequence of an invitation to Petrograd, the Tsar presented him with a sword on which were the Russian crown and the Montenegrin crown in diamonds. When the old warrior came back to Centenia, Nikita said that such a weapon could not possibly be worn by a simple man. He therefore abstracted the diamonds and gave it him with false ones in their place. Nikita could not endure criticism, but those persons, including myself, who have charged him with inhumane treatment in the case of Vladimir Tomic, an intelligent young judge, were acting on faulty information. The tale was that Tomic, after being incarcerated, was soused with petrol and so badly burned that he lost his reason. As a matter of fact, this neurasthenic young man, whose imprisonment was due to his having wantonly insulted the whole royal family, poured the petrol on himself. Eventually, when Radović came into office, he was released, and a few years later he died in his native village. The Montenegrin records are crowded with the names of those who Nikita drove into exile for no other reason than that they had gone abroad for an education and would no longer be disposed to regard his methods as quite up to date. With the exception of the few favored families, Nikita was all against anyone acquiring riches. He deliberately put obstacles in the way of plum cultivation, and in such a state of poverty did he keep the Montenegrins that the Baron de Sturnelles de Constant, whose official connection with Montenegro dates back to 1878, addressed Nikita an open letter with reference to the decreasing population, as to which the statistics had been destroyed. On account of the rigorous taxation, a great many of the people were forced to migrate to America, from where they sent almost everything they earned for their unhappy relatives. These were compelled to pay up to 100% interest on the loans which they had obligated to negotiate so that they could not meet the taxes. And there would have been some consolation had those taxes been productive, but by far the larger part of them, as of the loans raised in Vienna, with the Boden credit and the Landerbank, and at Constantinople were devoted to the court and its favorites, for rewards, journeys, decorations, everything in fact, save the needs of the people. It suited Nikita very well to keep his people in dire poverty and ignorance. Such has been the poverty of the Montenegrins that it was no uncommon sight to see them cultivating so minute a polye that the wheat which it produced would give no more than half a loaf. And meanwhile, they were not allowed to exploit the wealth of the forests. Figs, olives, grapes, and plums could all have been cultivated with profit, and in the lower regions, oranges and lemons and tobacco. But there was the deliberate policy to keep the population from enriching themselves. Occasionally, their native wit gained for them a surreptitious triumph. Thus it happened that a poor peasant's son went up into the higher lands to tend the flocks of one who was more prosperous. By some means the boy discovered that the mountain torrent of his new abode dived underneath the rocks and subsequently reappeared, and was the stream which ran past his old home. He turned this knowledge to effect by killing a lamb and throwing it into the water. His parents down below retrieved the lamb. Various other animals went the same journey until the farmer ascertained what the boy was doing. And then the day arrived when the poor peasant, watching by the stream, saw the body of his son being carried down towards him. Very few schools were opened. For example, the Vasiljević, who were the most numerous tribe not only of Montenegro, but of all the Serbian lands, had to content themselves with one school, built in 1882. In 1869 there was established a seminary with 3 classes. That was afterwards converted into a high school of 4 classes, but both of these were frequently closed. The true reason being that the Russian subsidies given for the school were spent on the various needs of Nikita's court. By the way, at one time when Montenegro had this one high school and one hospital, the 3 sons of Nikita were in possession of 10 palaces. In 1869, the Russian Empress caused a girls' college to be opened at Centenia. It was one of the best institutions in the whole peninsula. Many Serb and Yugoslav girls, in addition to the Montenegrins, gathered at Centenja. This college was the center from which education and modern ideas spread out to the remotest corners of Montenegro. In 1913, it was obliged to close. The court had long been looking at it with a very jaundiced eye. Russia, Serbia, Italy, France, and even Turkey offered free education to a certain number of young Montenegrins. But only the sons of the favored families were able to get passports to go abroad. There was scarcely anything Nikita feared as much as education. And if one asks why no patriot could be found to kill this prince, one is given two reasons. The first being that his semi-secret treaty with the Austrians provided that they should come into Montenegro if he were killed. And secondly, because of the old-time custom of vicarious punishment. In 1856, for instance, Nikita's father attacked the Pocherakuchi, burned their houses, and is reputed to have slain more than 550 children, women and old men, including the septuagenarian grandfather of Tamo Oravac, on the ground that these people had set up a kind of republic, independent both of Montenegro and of the Sultan, and declined to pay the former any taxes. These measures were taken against them in the summer when most of the men were with their herds in the mountains. 3 children survived. The great powers protested, consuls were sent, and ultimately the Pocherakuchi, who had always helped the Montenegrins against the Turks, consented to pay taxes. It was for these reasons that Nikita was never assassinated. The Great Strossmayer. While the Serbs of Serbia and Montenegro no longer placed any trust in their princes, they had good cause to give more and more of their confidence to Strossmayer, who remained for more than half a century at Jakova, and never on account of Magyar opposition became a prince of the church. He saw that the Starchevich policy with respect to Bosnia was a retrograde step, since it was causing the Serbs of that province, who until the occupation had been on good terms with the Catholic minority and the Serbs of Croatia, about 40% of the population, to stand very much aloof from the Croats. This state of things was naturally very pleasing to the Magyar imperialist ban, Count Kuhn Hedervary, whereas Strossmayer's Yugoslav idea would have, owing to the intermingling of the two religions, a particularly favorable ground in Bosnia. It may be that Leo XIII's conception of drawing back the Slavs to Rome will remain a dream, but his and Strossmayer's policy of an alliance would have been a blessing to the Yugoslavs, and primarily in such provinces as Bosnia and Croatia. Negotiations were begun in 1882 between Strossmayer and the Serbian government with a view to establishing a concordat. Serbia's Roman Catholic subjects, who, by the way, were not very numerous, would be placed under a patriotic priest depending not on Austria-Hungary, but directly on Rome. And thus the fence between them and their Orthodox kindred would be gradually broken down. It would be foolish to assert that Strossmayer and his fellow workers were able to make all the Yugoslavs dismiss their religious differences and remember their national affinities. Orthodox and Catholic Slav have for so long been divided that their approach to one another must often be slow and is liable to be interrupted by the maneuvers of third parties. The Austrians were pretty successful, just before and during the Great War, in setting the Catholic and Orthodox Bosniak at each other's throat, and this antagonism will endure for a while in remote districts, such as in a certain village of the Sandjak, where one found in the summer of 1919 that the Catholic chief official and his wife were compelled to dismiss their Orthodox maid, since the villagers would not allow her to continue to serve in a Catholic house. But Strossmayer's statesmanship went a long way towards breaking down these barriers. "I have had to set my face against your mission," said von Kievenhuller, the Austro-Hungarian minister, to Father Tondini, when this Italian Barnabite, in whom Strossmayer had every confidence, came to Belgrade. "It is one of our principles, inherited from Schwarzenberg and Metternich," said the minister. that we should exercise a sort of control over the Serbian Catholics by having them under the jurisdiction of an Austrian bishop. When Strossmayer visited Belgrade for the purpose of conducting confirmations, he was driven at once amid the booming of cannon to the royal palace. And if the negotiations were allowed to drag, it was obviously not due to any Orthodox fanaticism. Talking of fanaticism, one had instances in Bosnia and in Slovenia not long ago of Catholic priests who discarded Strossmayer and endeavored to get their flock to use a different pronunciation from that of the Orthodox. It was because he strove to bring them together that the great bishop was so heartily disliked in Vienna and Pest. It had been decided in 1883 that unless he made his political submission, he was to be interned at the Trappist monastery of Banja Luka. But if he were no longer in a position to spend the great resources of his bishopric, to say nothing of the removal of his personal influence, the cause would have suffered enormously. Therefore he listened to the prayers of his friends and submitted. "Be glad," said he to Radic, the Croat patriot. "Be glad that you are not a priest." His successful efforts to bring about the moral and intellectual awakening of the Yugoslavs was most unpopular in those two capitals. But on the wide Slovenian lands and far beyond them, one would find the sturdy farmers imitating his new methods. His own estate was so large that he paid 35,000 florins a year in taxes. The tall, thin prelate might be walking with you in his garden, telling you with simple eloquence and in Latin for choice how much he regretted that Dollinger had not submitted, as did his adored Dupenloop, to the dogma of papal infallibility. When one of those painted carts would rattle round the corner, and in 2 minutes this father of his people would be deep in a technical discussion with the peasants as to which of the episcopal stallions or bulls he should borrow for the improvement of his stock. When Strossmayer consecrated the cathedral which he had built at Jakova, he exclaimed that in the hour of his departure from this world his last prayer would be for the union of his people. "Almighty, everlasting God," he cried, "have mercy upon my brave people and unite them." As a very old man, verging on the 90s, with brilliant eyes peering out from under a great forehead and physically so fragile that in walking from one room to another he had to put his arm round my neck, he was still in every direction working to this end. 6 months earlier, in June 1903, Kuhn Hedervary had been recalled, and after his 20 years of oppression, the young men of Croatia, Catholic and Orthodox, in harmony with the Slovenes, were forming the Serbo-Croat coalition. This was a great step in the direction of the Yugoslavia which Strossmayer did not live to see. Religious disputes between Serbs and Romanians. Between Serbs and Romanians of the Banat, an ecclesiastical dispute was on the horizon. The Romanian Orthodox body had suffered a severe loss through the Uniate Church, which captured many of the old Orthodox places of worship. Thus, the famous little church of Huniadora, whose frescoes have been so glowingly described by Mr. Walter Crane, fell into their hands. This occurred in many cases at the wish of a small part of the congregation, and this part might consist of gypsies, whereupon the majority would be obliged to build themselves another church. The Greek Catholic Uniate Church was apt to lose its national Romanian coloring and admit the Magyar language, which was occasionally resented by the faithful. Thus, as the Bishop of Karansebes, now the Metropolitan of Romania, told me, there came into a church at Turgal, near Marash-Varshal, a woman with a basket of eggs. When she perceived that she could not understand the language that was being used, she put down her basket and uttered a loud curse. "May thunder and lightning strike this church!" she cried. And after the service had begun in a church near Gros Verdun, the wife of a clergyman pulled the priest's beard, while other ladies tore off his robes. Nevertheless, this Unia Church continued to exist, and it was natural that the Orthodox Romanians should seek in some way to compensate themselves for their losses. They had, as we have mentioned above, been given hospitality by the Serbian Church and given the use of monastery for the education of their priests. They now suggested that it would be well if the Serbs handed over to them a number of the Banat monasteries, and when the Serbs declined, they started a great lawsuit at Budapest. Professor Iorga, the historian, told me that he thought his countrymen were justified in that these monasteries were originally neither Serbian nor Romanian, but Roman Catholic, being erected in pursuance of their propaganda by the French dynasty which the Hungarians had over them in the 14th century. Their nomenclature, said the professor, is neither Serb nor Romanian. They had no privileges from Serb or Romanian princes, and he believed that they only passed to the Serb after having been abandoned by the Catholics. A line on page 145, volume 1 of the Monumenta Vaticana Hungariae, Budapest, 1887, says, quote, Item Stephanus Sicerdos, dibiest solvit e furtonum, end quote, appeared to lend color to this view, for the name Biest might have been Slavized into Biesden, and this might be the record of a payment made between 1332 and 1337 to the Pope. It is only fair to say that the learned Magyar Jesuit who presides over the Episcopal Library at Gulaferaver did no more than say that these surmises were possible. He was, as a matter of fact, much more interested in the political situation and in another book. The oldest printed Bible in Romanian, of 1582, and in Slav characters, which, as he pointed out with half a sigh, was published by one Magyar through the liberality of another. The charming bishop of Karansevich, as he sat with me on Sunday morning in his rose garden, did not receive Professor Iorga's ideas with approbation. The professor, he thought, was too fond of originality, and he himself preferred to claim some of the monasteries on equitable instead of on historical grounds. They were founded, after all, he said, for the people of the Banat, and of those a majority were now Romanian. But in Karas-Severin, the chief stronghold of his countrymen, there are no ancient monasteries with the exception of some ruins. The Romanians are not ostentatiously religious. They do not take kindly to the building of churches, and in their portion of the Banat one usually finds churches of wood, some of these being 150 years old. But another librarian, this time a German at Verschass, poured cold water on Professor Iorga. Only one Roman Catholic religious house, he said, was founded by that French dynasty in the Banat, and this was at Igres, near the Marosh, where the wife of Louis of Anjou built a church which remained Catholic and is now in ruins. The monastery of Besden was founded in 1539, and a Serb-Slav psaltery which is kept there has, on page 270, the following words, quote, In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, so that all people shall know when a beginning was made to build the monastery of Besden. It was begun in the year 7058 from the creation of the world, that is, 1539 from the birth of Christ. Joseph Milutinovich Archimandrite built it, and his monks and the Christians helped him. Written by me, Leonte Bogievich, administrator and monk. End quote. Best and Besden, said the librarian, are from the same root, signifying that which has no bottom, an abyss, and the marshes in the Banat are numerous. The Biest of the above citation is, said the librarian, a place between the rivers Thames and Berzava. Catholics were there in the 14th century, but the founders were Slavs. The burly archimandrite of Besden, whose constitution had withstood 27 years of marshes and mosquitoes, was extremely scornful of his adversaries' pretensions. They wanted to prove that they built it. Not one stone. Not a single stone. Then they argued that something was due to them, as they had paid a part of the church taxes. We had invited them. Most of the Serbs acknowledge that their monasteries in the Vojvodina, as elsewhere, are not under present conditions as meritorious as in the Middle Ages, when the people from 20 or 30 villages would meet there and listen to the blind guzlar player. Sometimes one of their few monks is a man of erudition, such as the well-known bishop Nikolai Velimirovich or Ruveric, the great historian, who in 30 years freed his monastery from debt and left large sums for charity. On the other hand, we have the archimandrite Radic, who ruled several monasteries in succession. He never drove with less than 4 horses in his carriage, and he drove so recklessly that between 8 and 16 horses were rendered worthless every year. The radical party desired, after paying fixed salaries to the archimandrites and monks, to give 2/3 of the rest to clerical funds and 1/3 to schools. But the Austro-Hungarian government had an understanding with the clerical party and prevented the public from exercising any control over these funds. The 27 monasteries in the Vojvodina, Serbia, and Croatia could have supported 3 universities. So richly endowed are they with lands. The Romanians did, in fact, with some of their revenues of their one monastery of Hodash, maintain the Arad seminary. There is no knowing what other monasteries the Romanians would have secured if the Great War had not intervened, for the pest judges knew every morning which of the 2 litigant countries their own country happened to prefer. What the Serbs of the Banat had in the political world to contend against may be illustrated by some incidents of the career of Dr. Svetozar Militic, who, after having been deputy for 25 years, was charged with high treason for having sent volunteers into Serbia at the time of the Serbo-Turkish War. Even if this was true, it can scarcely be said to have constituted high treason against Hungary. The witnesses against him were 2 forgers released ad hoc from prison. His own witnesses were hundreds. He was condemned to 6 years' imprisonment, at the expiration of which he was in such a state that he had to be transferred to an asylum, where he died. The pitiful dodges of the dominating Magyar minorities are by this time well enough known. It was their argument that certain villages, say 10 miles from a town, had to give their votes in that town, while intervening villages of other nationalities were obliged to present themselves at a booth 20 miles in another direction. Because of such methods had not been employed then, the more ancient and more reputable Magyar culture would have been entirely swamped by the wicked non-Magyars. Thus, the 3 million Slovaks in Hungary were represented at Budapest by 3 deputies. Hungary, says the delicious Aubrey Herbert, MP, in the Oxford Hungarian Review, June 1922, Hungary was situated amongst reactionary neighbors, and any loosening of her hold upon the non-Magyar population threatened her very existence. The path of spectacular liberalism was closed to her. The ballot was supposed to be secret in the towns, where the Magyars could hope to exercise an appropriate control, but even in the towns they thought it more advisable to take no risks. Some of the dead were permitted to vote, but only if they were faithful Magyar dead. And in Dr. Mladic's constituency, no arrangements were made to ferry the living on the large lake of Munitia. The boats were hidden, and the voters were compelled to swim across. Although a great many of his subjects charged Prince Milan with preferring his own and the dynasty's interests to those of the state, they should have taken into account that the Berlin Congress had left their country in a more than difficult economic and political situation. Not only were Serbia and Montenegro kept apart, but in the intervening territory, the Sanjak of Novi Pazar, permission was given to Austria-Hungary, of which she soon availed herself to establish garrisons. Serbia was now almost encircled by the Austrians, and there remained only 2 inconvenient routes for the exportation of her products to other countries. Down the Danube, with the very high tariffs imposed by the Berlin Congress, or by the line of Salonika, which was in the hands of Austrian capitalists and ran through Turkish territory. Therefore, Serbia's independence, political and economic, existed at Austria's pleasure. And this must be remembered in extenuation of the secret treaty. June 23, 1881, whereby the Serbs bound themselves for 10 years to abstain from any propaganda or other activity against the Habsburgs and to make no political treaties with other powers without the knowledge and consent of Vienna. Nor were any foreign troops or volunteers to be allowed into Serbian territory. In return for this, the emperor undertook to recognize Prince Milan as king whensoever he might be pleased to assume that dignity, as he did on March 6, 1882, to protect his dynasty from the Karađorđevićes and to favor his acquisition of as much as possible of the valley of the Vardar. The grateful prince affirmed this treaty on October 24, 1881, by a still more emphatic declaration by which he appears to have constituted himself a vassal of the emperor. This infuriated the young politicians whose radical ideas, mostly imbibed at Paris and Geneva, were not balanced by the moral and social discipline which is the fruit of an advanced civilization. As a result, Serbia was given over to chaos. When Prince Alexander of Battenberg acquiesced in his Bulgars annexing eastern Rumelia, it was said that he was violating the Berlin Treaty. But it is now known that, in spite of the 1879 treaty, this union had been foreseen and approved by Germany, Russia, and Austria-Hungary in 1881. Nevertheless, Austria, which hoped to embroil and enfeeble the two Slav states, urged Milan to declare war against the Bulgars, and this he did the more willingly, as he fancied that it would divert from him the enmity of so many of his subjects. But this war was such an unpopular enterprise that the king did not dare to mobilize fully, and with his available forces indifferently equipped and badly led, the upshot was that the Bulgars were victorious. While Austria had thus been the Serbs' evil genius, Russia, by withdrawing all her officers from Bulgaria, again acted in a manner which seemed scarcely to allow her and others in 1915 to denounce the Bulgars for their ingratitude. The Russians, as a subsequent Russian minister at Sofia relates, so completely mishandled the situation in the early days of Bulgaria's freedom that they had only themselves to blame for the invitation of Ferdinand of Coburg, which was made with the express purpose of thwarting Russian aggression. The burden of the Obrenović. The fratricidal Serbo-Bulgarian conflict of 1885 has been well commemorated by a monument at Vidin. A soldier of the victorious Bulgarian army is depicted, prostrate in sorrow. Milan, after an effort to rule with a new liberal constitution, abdicated and delivered his country to a regency. These statesmen, who were aware of the secret convention with Austria, obstructed the development of the country and had recourse to a coup d'etat in order to prevent a radical election. Alexander, the ill-fated son of Milan, by another coup d'etat, proclaimed himself of age, summoned a radical cabinet, and restored to the people their political liberties. But the enthusiasm caused by these proceedings was not often to be aroused again by Alexander. The midnight coups d'etat, which rapidly succeeded one another, were a form of government congenial to this gloomy, silent, friendless youth who blinked at the world through his spectacles and was incapable of seeing anything except the narrowness and the intrigues that were a part of his surroundings. More and more, he showed himself a despot. He persecuted and imprisoned hundreds of radicals who were the overwhelming majority of the population. Espionage was rampant. The finances were in a state of chaos, and Serbia's prestige was at such an ebb that when, with the disasters of 1885 and the reign of Alexander, the Macedonian Slavs were naturally more inclined to proclaim themselves Bulgars, Alexander annulled the constitution, imposed that of 1888, annulled this one also, superseded all the judges of appeal as well as the councillors of state, married his mistress, an engineer's widow, and plotted, it was said, to nominate as heir to the throne his brother-in-law, a worthless young lieutenant. Meanwhile, this officer and his brother were exasperating the people of Belgrade by commanding the orchestras and cafes to play the national anthem at their entrance and, occasionally while they drank, firing their revolvers into the air. It was something more than personal exasperation which brought about Alexander's death. Those who participated in the murder were both partisans and opponents of the dynasty. Likewise, the Austro-Hungarian government was aware of the plan. Count Gulichowski promised the conspirators that Austria would not resort to armed interference, although 2 army corps were held in readiness to march into Serbia. Of course, it would have suited Austria much better if the king, who seemed to be emancipating himself from the veiled tutelage accepted by his father, had been dethroned and kept by the Ballplatz as a restraint on the political waywardness of any successor. Some of those who entered the palace on the night of June 10, 1903, may have had their intentions changed by the panic which was caused owing to the lateness of the hour and the groping along unlighted passages. The electricity was out of order, but amid the band of executioners there may very well have been some who recognized that, for Serbia's future and welfare, it was infinitely preferable that he should not live. From practically the whole nation there came, when they heard of his death, a sigh of relief. He was killed by the detestation of his subjects. Yet there might have been in the people's state of nerves an outbreak against the actual murderers, and this might have inaugurated a reign of terror if Pasha had not walked up and down in front of the palace, wearing a bowler hat and buttonholing everyone he saw. Most unfortunate, he said. They were both drunk, and so they killed each other. Meanwhile, machine guns were being mounted at appropriate spots, but they were not required. And Austria published to the world a few abominable incidents that accompanied the deed and followed it. These were almost wholly untrue, yet they served to make not only Western Europe, but even the Sultan hold up their hands in horror. Abdul Hamid raised those hands that were dripping with the blood of hundreds of thousands of Armenians, and in exalted phrases, says Mr. Laffin, lectured the Serbs on the undesirability of assassination. A younger man than King Peter Karageorgievich, who now succeeded, might have been appalled by the difficulties of the situation. Murder and the rearing of pigs were universally regarded as the purposes for which God had created the Serbs, and years were to elapse before the little country could persuade the world that it was not inhabited by beings who approached the lower animals. And then the world perceived that it was, to a great extent, inhabited by heroes. When King Peter ascended the throne, the royal families of Europe congratulated each other that they were not related to him, and they sympathized with Nikita of Montenegro for having this personage as a son-in-law. The indebtedness of Serbia, she owed 450 million francs, a sum which swallowed a quarter of the annual budget. The corruption of the public services, the lack of industrial development, the rudimentary state of agriculture, and whatsoever else of evil which the Obrenović had done or left undone, everything was the fault of King Peter. A great many people were positive that Alexander had been slain by his myrmidons. For this foul deed he had been always plotting, from the time when he fought as a lieutenant in the French army of 1870 to 1871, when he was wounded and decorated, during the Bosnian insurrection of 1876, when he served the national cause, and while he was translating Mill's Treaty on Liberty. These liberal activities were held as the absolute proofs of the hypocrisy of Europe's outlaw. In a few years, Old Uncle Pete, as his people affectionately came to call him, was revered by the men not only of friendly countries, but even by those who were in arms against him. End of section 14, read by Keith Marohn. Section 15 of The Birth of Yugoslavia, Volume 1 by Henry Baerlein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, The Shifting Sands of Macedonia, Part 3. A Happy Advent. He started by placing the government in the hands of the Radical Party, and by showing that his own position would be strictly that of a constitutional monarch. Numerous reforms were undertaken with respect to the finances, the exploitation of the country's resources, and the organizing of the army, which had been debilitated by intrigue and corruption. So many tasks had simultaneously to be accomplished that the greatest Serbophile may have despaired, since the national qualities do not, as yet, include much power of organization. Is it not astonishing, therefore, that in a few years so much was done? The army, for example, becoming so closely identified with the people, that high Obrenović officers felt that it was unpatriotic to perpetuate these dynastic divisions. And gradually they resolved to offer their swords to the state. More than one general, whose ability in the Great War gained him a high British decoration, had once been conspicuous for his enmity to the Karađorđević. With regard to Serbia's international standing, we have the fact that in 1899 to 1900 it was impossible to arrange a loan of 40 million at Vienna, even though the entire railway system was offered as a guarantee. In a few years, various loans with relatively easy terms were contracted for amounts of 90, 110, and 150 millions. One saw the peasant who, a short time before, had sold his harvest while it was still green, zielno, to the local usurer, hence called the zielinok, now demanding every day by telegram via Belgrade or Smederevo the market prices at Antwerp. In 1895, Serbia had sunk to such depths that a Dalmatian leader said openly to a German journalist that the Yugoslav idea could only be realized by Bulgaria. In 1910, the Narodna Odbrana, or Organization for National Defense, that was not, as the Austrians alleged, a nursery for murderers, but a patriotic body. It no doubt reminded the people of their brothers in Macedonia and Vojvodina and Bosnia, but at the same time urged them to cultivate the land more rationally, to visit the doctor rather than some old woman, to dress, sleep, and eat in accordance with hygiene, and to take steps against illiteracy. In 1910, the efforts of the Narodna Odbrana had had such success that an inquiry in which the French participated found that out of 100 recruits from a backward region, 61% could read and write. 99% had some knowledge of the Battle of Kosovo in the reign of Dušan, while 82% could enumerate the provinces inhabited by their unredeemed brothers. The rise of Serbia was due to the happy direction that was now given to the virile spirit of the people. Standing back to back in their own land, they were soon able to arouse the despondent hearts of their countrymen who languished under various tyrannies outside the national frontiers. Those who in old Serbia acknowledged their Serbian nationality were the constant victims of Albanian intolerance. One massacre followed another. That people, which, according to some of its present champions, is mild and noble and misunderstood, with a particular aptitude for silverwork and embroidery. Miss Edith Durham asked that this poor nation should not be robbed of its country, its one ewe lamb, which they love intensely and which, to everyone's admiration, they defend with great heroism. One cannot expect her, the secretary of the Anglo-Albanian Committee, to refer to the numerous lambs, etc., which the Albanians, armed with machine guns, carried off in 1919 from a Serbian monastery near Tjetovo. And in 1903 the Albanians, waiving their mildness, appear to have been more conspicuous in attacking others than in defending themselves. The monks of the old Serbian Patriarchate, the Pech, were obliged to have Muslim and Albanian attendants, and it does not strike one as heroic when the monks themselves were murdered so that the great monastery of Decini had perforce to be served by Russian monks from Mount Athos. Far distant indeed was the day when those Albanians, who called themselves after a river, the Thani, went to the assistance of Dusan. They had been brought to a temporary standstill by the swollen waters of the Drin. "But," exclaimed one of their chieftains, "for a hero every day is good." They crossed the river, and Dusan gave them the name of Merdidi, by which they are still known, Merdit, signifying in their language, good days. Not only were the Serbs compelled to don Albanian raiment, the Orthodox priest who ministers to Jakovica had, in 1903, to put aside his Serbian headdress on leaving his quarter of the town. When making an official visit, his headdress was Greek, and always in the surrounding country it was Albanian. Mr. Brailsford found in June 1903 that the Serb peasant were tenants at will, exposed to every caprice of their Albanian conquerors. Both at Pech, he says, and at Jakovica, there was no law and no court of justice. In 1903, at Merztag near Vienna, Francis Joseph and the Tsar concluded their Macedonian reform scheme. This rather feudal arrangement paying, as one might suppose, not much deference to the Serbs. In Bosnia also, and in southern Hungary, the Serbs were in a humiliating position. But the Serbs in the Little Kingdom strove manfully to put their own house in order and to encourage their brethren. What is known as the Pig War was waged with astonishing success against the Austrian Empire. By sending her livestock and meat overland to Salonika, her cereals down the Danube, Serbia managed to break down the barriers behind which the Austrians had intended to control her economic life. The measures adopted by Stojanovic, the Minister of Commerce, were confirmed by the Skupština and enthusiastically supported by the whole people, regardless of the accompanying privations or of any bribes held out by the Austrians. Thus, when the Austrians reduced the fares on their well-equipped Save and Danube vessels, they were still boycotted in favor of the Serbian boats. One morning, at Šabac, a civil servant had embarked on the Austrian ship, while everyone else was crowding onto the much smaller, slower, and less cleanly Serbian rival. The civil servant was being vigorously hissed when he shouted across to his compatriots that as he was an official he had a free pass, and he thought it a good plan to make the Austrians consume, simply for him, a certain amount of coal. The young men of the intelligentsia were not idle. Sarajev for the Slovenes, Krisman for the Croats, Jovanovic and Nešik for the Serbs were eagerly at work to bring about the union of the southern Slavs. They had some sympathizers in Bulgaria, but that country was too much oppressed by Ferdinand and the Germanic influence. Both Sarajev and Krisman were destined to become ministers in the South Slav Parliament, which of course does not yet include Bulgaria. Nešik, who was the diplomat of the Serbian movement, became consul at Pristina, took part in the Balkan War, for instance at the siege of Scutari as an artillery officer, after some years found himself inside the town of Yugoslav envoy. He is now minister at Tirana, a delicate post which could not be in better hands. Ljube Lovanovic was the idealist whose work was to arouse his fellow countrymen by articles and poems. In the war against Bulgaria, he was wounded and in hospital contracted cholera. On the day of his death, he wrote to a brother of Nešic's, now one of Belgrade's leading lawyers. He was utterly grieved, he said, that brother Slavs should have shed each other's blood, but he was certain that the day of union would come. Austro-Hungarian wrath. The first external result of Serbia's effort was seen in 1905, when 40 young intellectuals of Croatia, Dalmatia, and Istria met at Riga, and while accepting the union of Croatia and Hungary, called on the Serbian political parties to join them. 26 Serbian deputies met at Zadar, endorsed this policy, and formed with the Croats the Serbo-Croat coalition, to which the Slovenes also subscribed. Francis Kusev, the Magyar opposition leader, welcomed with eloquent phrases the idea of an alliance between his party and the new coalition. But when he came into power, he forsook this attitude and exhibited the ordinary Magyar ruthlessness. He himself introducing a bill to make the Magyar language obligatory on Croatia's railways. And if a prospective Croat passenger did not know what name the Magyars had given to his old home and could not ask for a ticket in the Magyar language, he was told to stop where he was until he had acquired the necessary knowledge. In general, the Magyars had no reason to be dissatisfied with the sort of knowledge that the world had of them. In 1907, when a funeral pall was spread over the liberties of the Croats, Serbs, Slovaks, and Romanians in Hungary, Mr. Roosevelt, who was making his famous tour, gave many bouquets to immortal Hungary, the virtuous, the chivalrous. The Serbo-Croats tried by every possible method to hold out against Budapest. A ban, Baron Rausch, was appointed with the special purpose of breaking the coalition. And when the Serbo-Croats obtained 57 seats out of 88, although one half of the electorate consisted of employees dependent on the government, an order was issued proroguing the new diet. In fact, the Austro-Hungarian authorities had resolved to suppress any Yugoslav union. To the Dalmatians who were in need of schools, roads, and railways, they said, "Show us first that you are patriotic subjects of the House of Habsburgs." Necessities, as Hermann Bahr has pointed out, were thus turned into rewards which were to be the fruit of years of toil. Their Montenegrin friend. The association of the Montenegrin royal family and the Habsburgs, which was to culminate in the barefaced treachery of Lovchen, may be said to have begun in the year 1906 when the two heirs, Francis Ferdinand and Danilo, met at Dubrovnik. A statement was issued after a few days which declared that Russia was far away and that Montenegro required the support of a power whose help would be effective. If it had not been for the disasters of the Russo-Japanese War, Nikita would have found it much more difficult to direct his country in this manner. The Black Mountain had always thought of Russia as all-powerful. Her defeat, when they could bring themselves to realize it, was to them as if the foundations of the world were rocking. In their dazed condition, they agreed that it was well to have recourse to Austria. When the Russian minister at Centenia protested, some explanation was given. The financial details of the Dubrovnik agreement are unknown, but from what one does know of Danilo, it is fairly safe if we assume that the whole benefit did not accrue to the Montenegrin government. Danilo may in other respects have been an incapable young man. The advice of his unmarried sister, Xenia, was always preferred to his. In fact, her father had such confidence in this masterful woman with the pallid face and large black eyes, the femme fatale, as her enemies have called her, that he never gave an audience but she was present, either openly or behind a screen. Danilo's incapacity, however, seems to have stopped short, as we shall see, at the procuring of cash. In that same year, 1906, Montenegro's first Skupština assembled. Many people wondered why the autocrat bestowed a constitution and a Skupština upon his subjects. They, for their part, at least the great majority whose knowledge of the world was gained by looking at it from their mountain fastness, could never for a moment doubt that the Montenegrins were the grandest and the noblest of the Serbs. Hour after hour of peace they spent, disdaining to do any work more arduous than smoking cigarettes and drinking rakia and talking. They would relate to one another what their ancestors had done by way of cutting Turkish noses, and unweariedly they would announce how their own blood was undiluted and heroic. If Greater Serbia was to be created, it was surely they who, but Nikita, their keen-witted ruler, was not so certain. The Karađorđević were no longer being treated by Europe as outlaws. By his constitutional methods, King Peter had not only effected vast and needed improvements in his country, but was gradually winning for himself in it, if not a general esteem, at all events the first approach to that condition which for so long had been lacking. And Nikita was uneasy. He must also have a constitution in his country and a Skupština. Very well he knew that with the inexperience of his people, with their furious local rivalries, and with his power of veto, he would not be greatly hampered by the Skupština. It would be a semblance of modernity. Nikita had no intention of allowing himself to be put in the shade by the prime minister. Whether it was Tamanovich, a kindly man of straw, or General Martinovich, an upright soldier, or anybody else, their function was to execute the royal orders. The differences which separate one political party from another in a Balkan state, and separate them very often into frantically hostile camps, are wont to be minute as to their principles. For it is largely a question as to whether you are a devotee of this or of that statesman. Two of the three parties which existed in Montenegro down to the Great War were both grouped together, the Crown Prince Danilo, and apparently the sole difference between them was that no member of the Milošević cabinet had been in prison. To a Western European, it would be surprising that the kindred Radović party should also be on terms of close friendship with Danilo, seeing that it consisted of Nikita's dissatisfied relatives. One of these was Radović's powerful father-in-law, who disliked the new statute which limited the royal family to Nikita and his children. Danilo protected this party for personal reasons. As for the third political party, that of General Martinovich, its principal plank was its opposition to the other two parties. Mita Martinovich himself was not much of a politician. He was a sturdy friend of Russia. Of his rivals, Lazar Milošević, a bearded, rather stout, medium-sized man, has a pious opinion of his own abilities and is, or was, very proud of his friendship with Danilo. He need not be taken seriously, for he has no knowledge of administration, no political courage, and no popular support. During the Great War, he was, for a time, the premier, and after the war, when the other 5 ex-premiers ranged themselves against Nikita, he stayed in Switzerland, where he tried for many months to make up his mind. Andrea Radović, a middle-aged man whose tall, athletic form is crowned with the head of a grave poet, was erstwhile a favorite of Nikita's. Being related to the royal family, Nikita called him his 4th son, and when, after the fatuous bomb conspiracy, of which more anon, Radović was lured back from Paris and sentenced to 4 years' imprisonment, it was not because he was in any way guilty, but on the ground that he knew what was going to happen and should have handed on the information. The real reason was that any party which was even to a mild extent in favor of reforms did not meet with the approval of the Gospodar. In his opinion, it was necessary to reduce Radović to obedience, and Nikita used to try without success to force the innocent prisoner to beg for pardon. Since he declined to do so, he remained incarcerated with a large cannonball chained to his left leg. While he was in prison, he corresponded with Danilo, and on being liberated was received by Nikita. They wept in each other's arms. Nikita fancied he was just the man to govern a progressive modern state. When he had the famous old warrior Pero publicly flogged by a criminal for having refused to degrade himself by flogging that same criminal, Nikita might plead that he was acting in the interests of discipline. When he confined his critics in the old Turkish fortress on the small malarial island of Grimayuri with the water oozing into the cells, he might plead that this was precisely the same curriculum as fell to the lot at San Juan de Ulloa of those who incurred the displeasure of Porfirio Diaz, the Mexican president, and Diaz had been almost worshipped, until his fall, by many Europeans. When Nikita drove one afternoon with friends of his to Nikšić and approvingly looked on while they destroyed the building and the whole machinery of Montenegro's weekly newspaper, which had departed from the paths of adulation, well, I see that the apologist, a certain Mr. A. Devine, says that in 1908 political passions resulted in the extinction of the organ of the political opposition, Narodno misao, the national idea. In 1908 there fell the blow of Bosnia and Herzegovina's annexation to the empire, thus placing definitely under foreign sway the central portion and ethnically among the purest of the Serbian people, which was already divided into 7 different administrations or states. Russia was still enfeebled by the Japanese War, and although she and Great Britain protested against the annexation, Count Aehrenthal was able to gather this booty. It would, however, be an exaggeration to say that Russia, apart from the ultra-patriotic press, was violently excited. As M. Nekhludoff, the able diplomat, explains, his country was annoyed not so much at the Bosnian annexation as because there was for it no quid pro quo, no free passage through the Dardanelles. Poor Serbia was advised by the great powers to accept the fait accompli. She constrained herself to do so, but both she and certain folks in Austria were under no illusions as to the inevitable. A month after the annexation, a Viennese newspaper announced that a conflict with Serbia and Montenegro could not be avoided. "The longer we postpone it," said the paper, "so much the more it will cost us." One gets very weary of hearing the phrase, divide et impera, which always occurs at least several times in the course of an exposition of Austrian policy. But we are bound to say that this principle governed her behavior when she stage managed in 1908 the Zagreb high treason trial, which was to drive a wedge between Serbs and Croats. In 1909, the Fridjan case, as also the Centenja bomb affair, which was to, and did in fact, alienate Nikita from his son-in-law, the Serbian king. Austria gives hostages to history. The Zagreb trial was conducted by a man who gave a good impersonation of Mr. Justice Shallow. "There is nothing to laugh at," he cried, when a Serb doctor was asked whether he did not refuse to wear cravats because of the resemblance of that word to Croat. The whole farce resulted not, as one might have expected, in the collapse of the prosecution, but in 31 convictions, varying in length from 5 to 12 years. The Croats, however, had thwarted Austria's schemes. They remained true to the Serbs, acted as their counsel without payment, and helped to support the families of the poorer prisoners. At the Fridjan trial, this professor, an eminent historian, produced a series of photographs of documents which were subsequently shown to have been fabricated at the Austro-Hungarian legation in Belgrade. He wished to prove that a political club in that town was guilty of a most extensive plot involving the Yugoslav territories of the House of Habsburg. Among those whom the proceedings and those at Zagreb brought into European prominence were the Prbićević brothers, a very zealous family of Croatian Serbs, that is to say, Croats belonging to the Orthodox Church. The chief of these 4 brothers was Sviatoslav, a statesman whose Serbo-Croat coalition party was, with the advent of Yugoslavia in 1918, to form the nucleus of the Democratic Party. He then became for many months the all-powerful Minister of the Interior, a man with the appearance of a bulldog in whose veins is electricity. The vehemence of his methods of centralization is supported and opposed by his countrymen with an almost equal vehemence. But to return to the events of 1908 and 1909, the result of these 2 trials was lamentable from the Austrian point of view. More success attended her efforts in Centenja. for Nikita was intensely roused against his son-in-law, and the European reputation of Serbia was again dragged down to the level of the day which saw the murder of Alexander and his queen. An individual called Nastic, whom, according to Professor Friedjung, one could only touch with a pair of tongs, accused the Serbian royal family of attempting to blow up their picturesque relative, under whose roof, by the way, Prince Helen of Serbia, his granddaughter, happened to be staying. The bombs were carried in an ordinary portmanteau to Qatar, where they were discovered. Those who believe that Nikita, the arch-intriguer, was using this method for discrediting the Karađorđević dynasty can point to the fact that he never wanted a public trial. And it seems probable that Nikita, who was aware that a group of his young, discontented subjects was planning against him a demonstration, but nothing more than that, even though there are, in the Balkans, a certain number of people who incline to the throwing of a bomb when their British equivalents would write to the Times, it seems probable that Nikita may not only have stolen their thunder, but have put the lightning in their pockets and have then indignantly revealed it. But the whole affair is wrapped in darkness and awaits the exploring of Austria's archives. The probability is that Aehrenthal was at his work to demonstrate that Belgrade was a nest of vipers, so that Europe would not hearken to their protest when the time came for the House of Habsburg to smother them. This same Austrian police spy, Nastic, had procured for Nikita a certain revolutionary statue, which that personage made over to the imperial authorities for use against the Serbs at the Zagreb treason trial. This atrocious deed against his brother Serbs destroyed forever the last shreds of Nikita's reputation. Footnote regarding the House of Habsburg smothering Belgrade's reputation. That Austria, as some have stated, should have planned the coup, says Miss Durham in her 20 Years of Balkan Tangle, is very improbable. This lady tells us that the plot was a very genuine one, as I learnt beyond all doubt from my own observations, etc., and needless to say, she denounces the Serbs who, in her eyes, are a very criminal people. It is a pity that Miss Durham did not confine herself to the excellent relief work she was doing the Balkans. Her description of the travels this involved is interesting, but even her account of relief work is biased by a prejudice in favor of the Albanians and against the Slavs. For when she has occasion to speak of the famous Miss Irby, whose 30 years of untiring benevolence were spent among the Serbs of Bosnia and not among the Albanians, it is without a word of commendation. End of footnote. The dreams of an old realist. Nevertheless, he dreamed that from the mighty castle which looks down on Prizren, he would rule the southern Slavs. His eyes were ever turned towards the famous legendary land of old Serbia. One essential was that he should be a king, and in 1910, with the consent of the powers, he assumed this title. The spider webs of which he was so fond began to join Centenja and Sofia, Centenja in the mountains of Albania, while the master weaver mitigated in his usual fashion the monotony of life in his poor capital. The Petrovich have such a way with them that, if you do not happen to be one of their subjects, you are in danger of being disarmed. Thus, when they were basking in the goodwill of Austria, and when Nikita himself, in the spring of 1911, had been splendidly received at Vienna, so that on his return to Centenja he was welcomed by the whole diplomatic body, save for the Russian minister, Count Giers, and General Potapov, the Russian military attaché, who were exhibiting their government's disapproval. This appeared to Nikita a favorable moment for, as the Persians would say, blackening the face of the Austrian representative. It was said by many of his discontented subjects that the King of Montenegro's great solicitude for his own personal affairs caused him frequently to be quite dull in recognizing other people's merit. But that day, when he received the Austrian minister, he was so very delighted with him that he there and then gave him promotion from the second to the first class of the Order of Danilo. He had some months before conferred upon this gentleman the second class with diamonds of paste, and when the Austrian now told the king of his appreciation of the honor being so profound that he had ventured to replace the other diamonds with real ones, "I am enchanted," said the king, "to see that we have such a real friend in you, and I propose to grant you," said the king, as he produced another star composed of imitation diamonds, "to grant you this, the most exalted class. Your Excellency has deserved right well of our beloved Montenegro. Give me back now that inferior decoration, and tomorrow, with due ceremony at 11 o'clock tomorrow," said the king with his paternal smile, "we will bestow on you what you deserve so richly, and gives me every satisfaction, I assure you," said his majesty. The Malissori of Albania were also listening to the old man's blandishments. If they would revolt against the Turks, they were exasperated at the time against the Young Turk rule, then their families would be sheltered in Montenegro and their land. After it had been liberated, would be given independence. With the potent help of Ferdinand of Bulgaria, the Turk was to be overthrown. But nothing came of all these plans. The Malissori were abandoned to the mercy of Constantinople. However, in 1912, that which had been thought impossible was brought about. Serbia, Bulgaria, Greece, and Montenegro were allied against the Turk. "Namo, oh Namo! Yonder, yonder, let's see me Prizren, for it is mine, I shall come to my home." But Nikita, who had written these famous words and who had taught them to his people for a generation, had no cavalry. In the Montenegrin mountains they would have been of no avail. And thus, while his warriors were still some hours from Prizren, they had the mortification of hearing that the Serbs had entered it. With passionate desire they turned to Scutari. Nikita told them of the old Slav princes who were buried there. And to the simple-minded Montenegrins that seemed a good enough reason why 20,000 of them, the flower of the army, should lay down their own lives on the dreary hills that barred them from the town. It was hardly necessary for Nikita to allude to the wealth that would be theirs if they could gain possession of this outlet to the Adriatic. There, in the plain, at the end of the lake, was the glittering white town. And if they could have seen themselves as clearly in their own inadequate resources, they would have refrained from the attempt. The minarets of Scutari, raised like so many warning fingers, failed to warn them. Their equipment was such that munitions and other supplies were frequently carried up to the lines by women. On the Barden Yult, no less than 80 of these were killed and wounded in one day. When the Serbs in October pushed through Albania to the Adriatic, they offered to assist in the taking of Scutari. But Nikita shook his head, and it was not until some time after this that he accepted the cooperation of 3 batteries of Krupp guns, which had been meanwhile taken from the Turks at Kumanovo. But the Montenegrin army was not only handicapped by its lack of resources. The crown prince, who commanded a division, actually instigated a revolt among his own men. He had promised the Austrian minister, Baron Giesel von Gieslingen, that the Montenegrin army would not enter Scutari, and the government could only put a stop to Danilo's intrigues by invoking the aid of General Potapov. The Turks were not wasting their time. They employed Austrian engineers to strengthen the fortifications, and thus the task had become far more difficult when finally the Montenegrin court party availed itself of Serbian reinforcements. In more ways than one, they were badly needed by the brave but ill-disciplined soldiers. "It is wonderful," they said to Major Temperley. "Their troops do not fire until an officer gives the word." Primitive men and a venal commander. According to Dr. Sekula Driljevic, who was Minister of Finance and Justice, Prince Danilo is alleged to have remembered just before his country's entrance into the war that money could be made on the Vienna bourse by judicious selling and, after the declaration of the war, by purchasing. The professional financier who, on this occasion, thanks to his knowledge of the Montenegrin royal plans, is alleged to have realized with his friends the sum of 140 million francs, was no less a person than Baron Rosenberg, whose subsequent operations in Paris at the beginning of the Great War and in Switzerland during the war received the close attention of the French authorities. These financial methods of Danilo's did less material harm, at any rate, to his own people than the system he employed as a motorist. It was necessary that he should obtain the latest models, and it suited him that the government, not haggling over the price, should take over his discarded vehicles. Similar hostages to gossip were given by Mirko, his younger brother. One remembers the smiles of the diplomatic corps at Centenia when this young man dispatched, at the cost of the government, a telegram of about 500 words to Austria concerning a horse which he wanted to buy. Mirko, who died during the Great War in an Austrian sanatorium, was not one of those rugged and valiant Montenegrin mountaineers whom Gladstone and Tennyson celebrated. Once, when his father ordered him to come back from Paris, where he was copiously spending his country's substance on an actress with whom he had decamped, leaving his wife and several young children at Naples, he dutifully returned and settled down in his palace, a large, comfortable house outside Podgorica. Since it was less amusing than in Paris, he remained in bed for most of the 24 hours. He would often spend an hour before dinner in superintending the removal of pictures from one wall to another, and having dined he would immerse himself in state affairs, which took the form of speculating as to when he and his heirs, Danilo being childless, would be called to rule over the great Serbian kingdom of Serbia combined with Montenegro. As to the fate of the Karađorđević dynasty, this was wont to vary from night to night in proportion to the amount of wine that Mirko had drunk. These events occurred in 1913, and in the same year the Montenegrins entered Scutari. It was not brought about by force of arms, but by some arrangement with Esad Pasha, the illiterate and clever Albanian who succeeded to the command of the town after Hussein Riza Bey, the Turkish leader, had been assassinated on the threshold of Esad's house, where he had been dining by a couple of the Pasha's men, disguised as women. Scutari was not to stay for long in Montenegrin hands. An international force arrived under Admiral Sir Cecil Bernay and took it over. One need scarcely add that the national sentiment of the Albanians moved the powers at this juncture as little as it moved the Albanians. End of section 15, read by Keith Marohn. Section 16 of The Birth of Yugoslavia, Volume 1 by Henry Baerlein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. The Shifting Sands of Macedonia, Part 4. Very high politics. We have seen that Prince Danilo, before flinging himself against the infidel Turk, is alleged to have transacted a little business on the bourse. A formal Montenegrin Minister of Finance says that he may well have netted between 25 and 30 million crowns, and his royal father, though his methods often had a tinge of medievalism, was not the man to rush, like some old knight in succor of distress. When Serbia was attacked in 1914, he refrained from flying to her side. Montenegro stood up spontaneously to defend the Serbian cause. She fought, and she fell, says Mr. Devine. There is not the least doubt but that the vast majority of Montenegrins would have acted in this fashion. To some degree, they had deteriorated under the example of Nikita. A fish stinks from its head, says the Turkish proverb. But when their brother Serbs were in deadly peril, all else was forgotten. And they were bewildered and suspicious when the Skupština was summoned, seeing that the Constitution laid it down that the declaring of war was a royal prerogative. as practically every man was thirsting for battle. After all, they were Serbs, and incapable of committing high treason against their brethren. They marveled at the king's delay. But to the politicians, his maneuver explained itself. They recognized that Nikita had some secret arrangement with the Austrians, and that he wanted to tell Francis Joseph that the war had been forced upon him. From that moment, he was playing a double role. A Serbian officer was chief of the Montenegrin staff. "They have placed my army under Serbian command," he told the Austrians. "So faithful was I," he said to the Entente, "that I even took a Serbian commander." In view of the persistent pro-Nikita propaganda, which subsequently reared its foolish head in Great Britain, it is as well to note what were the sentiments of the Montenegrins toward their own country and their brother Serbs, and, on the other hand, how they regarded Nikita. Alone among the Allies, the Montenegrin soldier received no decorations, either in the Balkan Wars or in the Great War, and yet he had formerly been so proud of such recognition that it had often been carved upon his tombstone, and when, for one decoration, there was two claimants, a duel was frequently arranged in order to decide which was to be the recipient. But Nikita's regime of corruption and intrigue caused these marks of distinction to be conferred more and more upon police agents and such like, so that in the Balkan War, when the heroes could no longer be counted, when more than 5 standard-bearers fell one after another in carrying the same standard, and when it was proposed to decorate en blanc the Kuchi Brigade, the soldiers refused to accept what had been so profaned. Footnote regarding Nikita's secret arrangement with the Austrians. An illuminating document was found after the Great War in the Austrian archives. It is a lengthy report sent from Centenia on November 1st, 1911, by Baron Giesel, the Austrian minister, to Count Ehrenthal, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Giesel puts down very vividly a conversation he has had with Nikita, who suggested that the minister should go forthwith to Vienna with the purpose of preparing for a secret treaty. "I will do all that Austria desires," the king is reported to have said. "For instance, I will place under her protection the King of Montenegro. For years I have aimed at this, and in spite of all that has happened," the annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, "I was preparing my people for this and putting Austria in a sympathetic light." The king promised that his army, whose numbers, says Giesel, he multiplied by 2 in the conversation, should act in perfect harmony with Austria's troops. They would, if need arose, assist each other. Baron Giesel appears to have irritated Nikita by his lack of enthusiasm for the scheme. "With Austria-Hungary," the king had said, "I must be frank and honest." But the minister characterized his efforts as the throwing of dust in Austria's eyes. End of footnote. The Riddle of Sarajevo. On June 28, 1914, the Archduke Francis Ferdinand, heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne, was murdered at Sarajevo. In the course of July 1914, the Austro-Hungarian government, wherein far more influence was exerted by Count Tisza, the wealthy and incorruptible, the vastly ambitious Magyar Prime Minister, than by the Foreign Minister, Count Berchtold, the courteous, somewhat frivolous man of the world, who was doomed to execute reluctantly the orders of Berlin and be swept away by the resulting storm, while the brave and brutal Tisza, fighting for the glory of the Habsburgs and the greater glory of the Magyars, rode upon the storm for years. The Austro-Hungarian government, in July 1914, dispatched to Sarajevo a commissioner for the purpose of investigating whether the Serbian authorities had anything to do with the Archduke's assassination. This official, Baron von Wiesner, a very distinguished professor of political economy who was a German Bohemian with staunch German sympathies, reported in the same month that he was convinced that no accusation whatever could be leveled against Belgrade. As a matter of fact, the Serbian police, who had information that a plot was being hatched in Bosnia, gave warning to the Austrian authorities. But no notice was taken of this, not even when a similar warning was uttered on June 21 by the Serbian minister at Vienna, nor were any special precautions laid down for the Archduke's safety. It was all rather mysterious. "Byzantium, the everlasting and unconquerable Byzantium," says an Austrian publicist, "had won another victory. The Habsburgs' empire," says he, "only wished to defend herself against those invisible and irrepressible intrigues." And after denouncing the Serbs for throwing a spark into the powder barrel on June 28, 1914, he accounts for the conduct by writing that "it is the tradition of nomad blood to tear down ancient, noble palaces, replacing them by nomad huts." What we know is that General Potiuric, the governor of Bosnia, who had urged Francis Ferdinand and his wife to continue their program after the failure of the first attempt at assassination before lunch, was never invited to explain anything. Unfortunately for Austria, he was placed in command of the punitive expedition into Serbia. Other incidents on which a light may someday be thrown were the very unceremonious funeral arrangements for the murdered couple, though this may very likely have been due to the High Chamberlain's personal hatred of the Archduke, and the fact that an imperial commission was sent to Kanapistia, the Archduke's Bohemian estate, to seize his papers. It was there that he had lately been confabulating with the German emperor, and Count Berchtold had been visiting the place on the day after the Kaiser's departure to try to ascertain what had occurred. It was also at Kanapistia that Francis Ferdinand, who was threatened with hereditary madness, had shot a gamekeeper dead. Knowing that the Archduke was as good a shot as he was insignificant in horsemanship, this had excited great attention in the highest circles, coming as it did after other scenes of violence. In contrast with all these semi-mysteries, it is clear that Serbia had nothing whatever to gain by the Archduke's disappearance. And although Austria had time and again endeavored to pick a quarrel with her, she had managed to avoid a situation which, after the two recent wars, would be perilous in the extreme. The Serbian press, which enjoyed a complete freedom, was naturally violent in tone when it observed that the Austro-Hungarian government was doing little to control the demonstrations hostile to Serbia. Houses of prominent Serbs were looted and gutted at Sarajevo, while similar scenes took place, with the connivance of the authorities, in other large towns of the monarchy. But the Belgrade populace, uninflamed by their press, conducted themselves with great moderation. The stories circulated in Austria-Hungary of several Magyar journalists having been murdered were absolutely false. Just as false were the rumors of a demonstration against the Austrian minister at the funeral of M. Hartwig, his Russian colleague. Although Serbian public opinion ascribed the sudden death of this powerful friend of theirs to a cup of poisoned coffee at the Austrian legation. Hartwig has been criticized for his encouragement of Serbia's idea of expansion and for having fostered anti-Austrian propaganda. Of course, it was a very wicked thing from the Austrian point of view to think of the day when the Serbs might be joined to their unredeemed brethren. And as for the blessed word propaganda, which covers everything from the mildest expression of opinion to assassination, there has been no responsible Austrian so reckless as to accuse the Serbs or Mr. M. Hartwig of having had recourse to methods that approached in wrongdoing their own notorious and unsuccessful forgeries. Let us address 3 questions to those who carried on a calumnious campaign against Serbia. A. Why was the Sarajevo trial conducted behind a closed door? If the crime was instigated and perpetrated by Serbia, the Habsburg monarchy, which at the time of the trial had already declared war on Serbia, had every interest in establishing with all publicity the guilt and the complicity of Serbian circles. B. Why were the evidence of the witnesses and the declarations of the authors of the assassination not published? It was only in 1918 that the Austrian government, with the help of a professor of Berlin University, published a few facts taken from the proceedings of the trial. Although in this book a great deal of material importance has been omitted. For example, the declarations of the witnesses as well as the last declarations of the accused. Nevertheless, that which we have before us constitutes one of the most terrible accusations against the Habsburg monarchy. The young accused persons were not afraid to state, even behind closed doors in a barrack room, some bitter truths concerning Austria-Hungary. One can have some idea of what they would have said in a public trial from the results of the famous trials of Zagreb and of Fridjon. All the accused persons, as well as their accomplices, declared that the decision to kill the Archduke was an act of their own personal will, and that nobody incited or ordered them to make the attempt, least of all any authority of the Kingdom of Serbia. The crime was the personal act of Bosnian patriots who believed that they were serving their oppressed people. "In Bosnia," said the minister Burian, "in Bosnia there is no policy, there is only administration." C. Why did the Sarajevo police and Austro-Hungarian official circles conduct themselves so strangely with respect to the bomb thrower, Ciprianovic, a notorious anarchist and son of a Sarajevo police spy, who had on former occasion been expelled by the police from Sarajevo? Later on, after the Belgrade police had been obliged, owing to the intervention of the Austrian consulate, to allow him to stay in Belgrade, he returned to Sarajevo and was quite unmolested by the police, whose precaution a few years previously, at the time of the visit of Francis Joseph, had gone so far as to expel, as suspected persons, 2 members of the Bosnian parliament. The sole charge that could be laid, not against Serbia, but against a Serbian subject, concerned the relation of the subordinate officer, Tankasic, with the authors of the crime. It was asserted that he knew of the plan, and that he helped the assassins to procure money and weapons. The accused definitely said that he exercised no influence on their decision, which had been taken before conversations with him. But even supposing that he was an accomplice, it is evident that the whole Serbian nation, and especially the Serbian government, is not identical with an officer who, on account of other troubles with the Ministry of War, had already been removed from the active service list. When the Austrian ultimatum was transmitted to the Serbian government, Tankasic was immediately arrested, so that his guilt and complicity might be inquired into and established. Serbia could not do more than that. But the whole Serbian people, in Serbia and out of Serbia, was declared guilty of the crime, and immediate steps were taken to carry out the sentence. The unprecedented atrocities committed by the Austro-Hungarian army in Serbia were to be the expiation of an imaginary crime, and such proceedings, which recall the times of Attila, are shielded by the illustrious name of the aforementioned Professor Kohler, whose reputation it was to be the most democratic of German jurists. All his previous theories on crime, causality, and responsibility became void. We see him adopt the monstrous theory according to which every act of private persons is the responsibility of the whole nation. It remained for Nikita, a man of Serbian blood, a man whose verses had been laden with love for the Serbian nation, it remained for this shameless prince to charge his brothers with the crime. So implacable was the old man's hatred of Serbia that when President Wilson arrived in Europe, he immediately wrote to him, in his indifferent French, for fear, he said, lest the intrigues conducted by the Serbs or their accomplices should precede him in capturing the president's sympathies. "In spite of their perfidy," said he, "I was the first to lend them a hand by being the first to declare war against Austria, although I was certain that the provocation originated on their side by the Sarajevo murders and their black hand. Horrible thought that this country refuses to realize the crime it has committed, for which it is responsible to mankind no less than William." At last, on January 5, 1917, the Neue Press acknowledged that Austria provoked the war with the intention of crushing Serbia. It is a formal and categorical confession, and it obliges us to consider the thesis put forward by Jules Chopin in Le Complot de Sarajevo, Paris 1918, according to which the plot was hatched at Konopiszta between the German Kaiser and the man to whom the plot proved fatal. Monsieur Chopin, after a minute examination of the facts and of grave presumptions, believes that Serbia was to be held up to the world as having provoked the war that was to consolidate the monarchy and satisfy the Archduke's paternal ambitions. The army maneuvers were to be in Bosnia. The Archduke was to make his ceremonial entry into Sarajevo on Vidovdan, the day when the Serbs solemnly celebrate the Battle of Kosovo, and Chebrinovic, son of the Sarajevo police spy, was to be assisted through the Chinese wall which then encircled Bosnia. But what did not enter into the royal calculations was the possibility that other southern Slavs, acting on their own initiative, might strike a real blow. Footnote regarding the German Bohemian Baron von Wiesner, the distinguished professor of political economy. The average German Bohemian was, in July 1914, anxious that Austria should go to war. These people calculated that if Austria proved successful, it would be advantageous to themselves, while if she were defeated, they would merge themselves in the German Empire. Footnote regarding Nikita's note to President Wilson. Ex-King Nicholas of Montenegro and his court. Collection of 18 original documents in facsimile, Sarajevo, 1919. This collection of documents, says the Times, April 15, 1920, goes far to dethrone the last of the Petrovich dynasty from his once picturesque position in the sympathies of Western admirers. Criticism directed against him during the Balkan Wars fell on deaf ears, and this censorship to a great extent prevented the man in the street from realizing during the late war that an Allied monarch was suspected of not playing the game. Mr. Ronald Menil, MP, who loved to dance in front of Nicholas, informed us in the 19th century and after, for January 1921, that so far as the present writer has been able, after diligent endeavor to discover, there never was any evidence whatever for the Serbian legend that King Nicholas was at any time during the war untrue to the Allied cause. End of footnotes. The miserable Macedonians. This period of Yugoslav history, from 1876 until the European War, was at the beginning much concerned with Macedonia, and so it was towards the end. Very wretched was the lot of the Macedonian Slavs. Occasionally the exarchists and occasionally the patriarchists were in the ascendant. But while in religious matters the Greeks clung by all possible means to their ancient privileged position, so the Turks maintained in secular affairs the sorry plight of their Slav Rea. The Macedonian Slavs, when the rest of Europe began to listen to their cries, were not the most sympathetic of mortals. The more enterprising of them had abandoned the country, while the moral sense of those who stayed was grievously affected by the course of conduct which the presence of the Turk compelled. Europe was touched by the anguish of these Christians, and did not inquire too closely as to the proportion of the virtues, often called the Christian virtues, which they cultivated. And it was undoubtedly a fact that their treatment left a great deal to be desired. The peasant was obliged to pay direct imposts in cash. There were taxes on landed property, on cattle, on sheep, and on fruit trees, tithes on every species of harvest, and a poll tax to which only Christians were liable, amounting to 10 shillings per annum for every male. To complete the exactions with a touch of irony, there was also an education tax and a heavy road tax for the upkeep of the indescribable highways. These taxes were not collected by government officials, but were farmed out to the highest bidder, and so flagrant were the abuses of this system that it was not unusual for the villagers to cut down their fruit trees in order to avoid the tax upon them. For the tax farmer, against whom an appeal would be worse than useless, was wont to appear with gendarmes and estimate, according to his fancy, the amount of any crop. Another tax very frequently imposed upon the helpless peasant was the tribute to some Albanian chief, who in return undertook to protect the village. And if the village was outside the Albanian sphere of influence, it was usually obliged to have its own resident brigands, who might or might not be Albanians. Generally speaking, those villages were the least to be envied which were on the borders of Albanian territory. Cattle were lifted, crops of corn or hay were carried off before they could be garnered, young men and old men were kidnapped and held to ransom. Sometimes, says Mr. Brailsford, they were fettered and driven to the fields at sunrise with the cattle and were forced to work there until evening. Most of the villages in Macedonia were owned by a Turkish bey, to whom the peasant was obliged to give a clear half of the harvest, besides a certain amount of labor on the bey's private farm and in his mill, as well as hewing wood for him and transporting his produce to the market without payment. It is not surprising that the Macedonian Slavs, whose labor brought them such inadequate reward, sank into very slothful habits. Thus at Monastir in 1914 to 1915, when the population had the choice of taking flour from the Serbian government or else the British consul's bread which came from India, most of them, to save themselves trouble, preferred the bread, though with the Serbian flour they could have baked themselves just twice as much. When Europe took up the Macedonian problem towards the close of 1902, there had been a considerable revolt, followed by an outburst of official ferocity and the flight of some thousands of peasants. The Sultan, in the hope of forestalling any Russian interference, promised various reforms. But Russia and Austria proceeded to discuss what each of them would do in Macedonia, and one resolve was that they also, being the two interested powers, would institute a scheme of reform. The Western powers for a time abdicated their responsibilities and left the miserable Macedonians to the supervision of the two countries, which, as they themselves said, were the least disinterested. Now and then the other powers made a suggestion, as when Lord Lansdowne, who was in favor of autonomy, made in January 1905 a number of proposals which would have assisted the solution of the problem. But Austria and Russia would only accept a part of his program. Their own program, drawn up at Merztag in September 1903, was plainly of a transitional nature. It announced to the different Balkan peoples that the end of their serfdom was approaching, and thus it accentuated their latent rivalries and hostilities. Greek, Serbian, and Bulgarian bands ravaged the country. The Serbo-Bulgarian conflict, said Dr. Milovanovic, a Serbian minister of justice, has its origin exclusively in the chauvinistic circles of both countries. Macedonia is the battlefield. He said very rightly that the population of Macedonia was equally near to Serb and to Bulgar, but unhappily, in his effort to establish a modus vivendi, he proposed that Macedonia should be divided between the two countries. Surely it is far better that it should become the common possession of Serb and Bulgar, the link joining them to one another. After Dr. Milovanovic came the Balkan Wars, of which the second utterly destroyed for many a long day his hopes of an understanding, since the experiences of the invaded Bulgars were generally very different from those recorded by the careful schoolmaster Stavry Popov in his monograph, The Self-Defense of the Village of Chiprovtsi Against the Serbo-Romanian Invasion of 1913. This isolated village in the mountains was defended by 30 old reservists who possessed 100 guns and 15,000 cartridges. So pleased is their historian with the manner in which they held their own, the rocks which surrounded Chiprovtsi are so many natural fortresses, that he tells us not only the names of the 30 warriors, but those of the other inhabitants who carried milk and bread to the outposts. On July 14, Sunday, there was an exciting battle, in the course of which the Bulgars suffered no human casualties, but lost to the Serbs 900 sheep and a score of cattle. And this, says Popov, made the women weep very much. As soon as possible, a telegram was sent to the War Office at Sofia asking for reinforcements, after which their spirit rose to such a height that they felt they could resist anything. On July 26, the Serbs again were repulsed, but once more a number of sheep and cattle were carried off. In conclusion, the author thanks all those who morally and materially have helped and will help the cause, including the mayors of the neighborhood. If the Second Balkan War had not left memories more bitter than at Suprovci, then the reconciling labors of those who followed Dr. Milovanovic would be less difficult. In our own day, Dr. Leland Buxton, working also for this union which eventually must come, suggests in his Black Sheep of the Balkans that Macedonia should be made autonomous. But this would do no more than perpetuate the wearisome and fierce intrigues of which exponents can be always found in Balkan countries. Macedonia must become the common possession, and what could be more desirable than that one of these countries should administer the province in such a way as to attract the other country? Marshal Misic was of opinion that the officials whom the Serbs, after the Balkan War, placed in Macedonia were too often not the kind of men whom wisdom would have chosen. But there was as yet a general eagerness to avoid being sent to those unalluring parts. The officials left behind them such unhappy recollections that the Serbian army advancing through Macedonia in 1918 was received as a rule with something less than delight. Fortunately, the Yugoslav government was able, after these events, to induce a far superior class of officials to serve in Macedonia, though I believe the scale of remuneration is no higher than in the Old Kingdom. Men are selected who, in addition to other qualities, speak the Turkish or Albanian of the district. You can count on our moral and material support, on all that we now give to Turkey, said Mr. Balfour in 1903 to M. Sviatoslav Simic, the Serbian Minister of Foreign Affairs who came as special envoy to London. If, said Mr. Balfour, you can come to an understanding with the Bulgars on the one side and the Croats on the other. In many Macedonian places, one finds that priests and schoolmasters, I have said this before, but it will bear repetition, who officiated under the Bulgars, have been confirmed in their posts. How very different is this from the policy of a few years ago when, for example, at Kriva Polonka, there was considerable propaganda with respect to the school. While Macedonia was part of the Sultan's dominions, there was, on the whole, more willingness of Serbs and Bulgars to provide a school than of the local population to frequent it. Ferocities of education. A report of February 1901 says that in Rakovci, 3 pupils came to the teacher's house. In April of the same year, the attendance had been reduced to 1 pupil, who, after coming regularly for a month, decided to keep away. In 1906, the peasants of that locality prevented a school from being opened. At Kriva Polonka until the Balkan War, the teachers came from Kyustendil, but how far they were patronized I do not know. The 3 teachers from Serbia who appeared in 1909 seem to have spent their time in promenading the village. Not until after the Balkan War did pupils resort to them. In 1916, the same school taught Bulgarian. In 1918, the Serbian language was resumed. These changes were unfortunate for the child and still more so for the teachers, who were continually being chased away or hanged. And now at last one finds the Serbs so much in advance of what they and the Bulgars used to practice. Their ex-Bulgarian schoolmasters are mostly of Macedonian origin, so that it is not difficult for these gentlemen to give their instructions in the kindred Serbian language, using, of course, the local dialect. And we can look back with a smile to the not very distant days when a zealous Serbian schoolmaster in Macedonia was wont, instead of prayers, to make the children repeat after him 3 times every morning and every afternoon, Ja sam pravo Serbian, I am a true Serb. Likewise, the Bulgar was so certain of the superiority of his religion that he deprived the Pomaks of their Muslim names, giving them from Dula such a name as Anastasius. The Pomak, unable to remember his new name, was handed a sheet of paper with a record of the matter, but very few of these people can read. The storm is past. Gone forever are the days of the Turkish censor when Danov, who sold at Valais and Salonika the school books which at first he wrote himself, was obliged to leave the name of Pushkin out of an anthology because of its resemblance to pushka, a gun. And with their more civilized methods towards each other, we may be sure that the days have gone when a Serb at Kumanovo could compel Muslim children, before uttering the above-mentioned slogan, to cross themselves. While no Serbian bishop will find himself confronted with such a problem as that which in 1913 nonplussed the Bishop of Skopje. Certain Muslims had been, against their will, converted by the Bulgars to Christianity, and they now requested the bishop to undo what had been done. These days of religious intolerance are as distant as those medieval ones in Bohemia when Roman Catholic nobles, many of them foreigners, succeeded after the Battle of the White Mountain to the estates of the decapitated Protestants and conducted themselves after the fashion of one Hirta, an ennobled tailor of Spanish origin who drove the peasants of his district to mass with the help of savage dogs. In view of the strides which have been made in so short a time, we shall have in Macedonia an example for the other Yugoslav lands. No longer then will anyone complain that the old couple of Niš who, on the arrival of the Bulgarian army in the winter of 1915-1916, announced they were Bulgars. "But what can you do with our daughter?" they asked. "For she says resolutely that she is a Serb, since she has been to the Serbian school." Both the Serbian and the Bulgarian people have, in the last 20 or 30 years, been through the severest school. Now, after an appropriate interval, some authorities say 5 and some say 100 years, they will be fellow citizens in Yugoslavia. The last serious conflict between them, which we will consider in the next chapter, has been waged. End of section 16, read by Keith Marohn. Section 17 of The Birth of Yugoslavia, Volume 1 by Henry Baerlein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, The European War, Part 1. How the Austrians Waged War. "Machen Sie Ordnung," put matters in order, was the phrase used by Austrian officers in Serbia when they wished a non-commissioned officer to see that such and such Serbian civilians should be hanged or shot. Occasionally an accident occurred, as when a priest near Visegrad came to an officer with the request that his plum trees should be spared since he had nothing else. This officer intended to be kind, and, not knowing or forgetting the sense in which those 3 words were being used, he said to a sergeant, "Machen Sie Ordnung." And the next morning a prominent citizen of Split, Count Pavlovich, whose post in the Austro-Hungarian army was that of a provost marshal, saw the priest, his wife, and 3 little boys hanging from the plum trees. It was and is the fashion to assert that the Austrian army was incomparably less brutal than the Prussian, so that some readers will be disinclined to believe a conversation which Count Pavlovich, particularly as he is a Yugoslav, once had at Donjatazla in Bosnia with a certain Captain Waldstein, who between 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. had sentenced 19 people to be hanged. These people, by the way, were all over 20 years of age, so that each case had to be tried. Persons under that age could, as we have seen, also be hanged, but not as the result of a trial. Pavlovich approached the captain, his rank, to be accurate, was captain auditor, and asked him how he had lunched after such a morning's work. "I felt," was the reply, "as if I had drunk 19 glasses of beer." An Austrian army surgeon, Dr. Wallisch, who during the occupation traveled professionally in Serbia and wrote a good deal about it in Viennese papers and the Austrian papers in Belgrade, said that everywhere in this Balkan and patriarchal environment you see educational mansions and spacious barracks. Does not this, better than anything else, show the criminal, premeditated hostility of the Serbs against our monarchy? They have the longing to learn which devours the ambitions, and likewise the wish to realize by force of arms this fantastic ideal of an overexcited national sentiment. Yes, indeed, this was the ideal of King Peter, in accordance with the device of the poet, towards liberty in the first place through learning and culture, then with arms. Very few people would be inclined to believe that the invading Austrians could be so petty as to burn all the school books they came across, and still fewer would credit the fact that Yugoslav patients with gold-filled teeth ran any special risk in Austrian army hospitals. Ivo Stanisic of the Boka de Cataro had fought with the Montenegrins and, in consequence of Nikita's capitulation, had fallen into the Austrian hands. He was warned by his friends not to go into hospital, where his 12 gold teeth, which he had acquired in the United States, might prove his undoing. He did, as a matter of fact, die there, and the overdose of morphia, witnessed by the well-known architect Matayorsky of Prague, may have been accidental, and the Austrians who took his teeth out may have thought it foolish to leave so much gold in a corpse. Another Bokesi who underwent the same treatment was one Risto Ilyasevich. Perhaps the Austrians do not deny these incidents, and considering the trouble which they gave themselves to have a long series of open-air brutalities officially photographed and made the subject of picture postcards, one presumes that the dental operations were omitted on account of the bother of indoor photography. The postcards, of which I have a large collection, place on record the procedure used in the wholesale hanging and shooting of Bosnian and Serbian civilians, young and old, men and women. More trouble was taken over the photographs, which are sometimes minute and sometimes artistic in depicting a row of gallows on an eminence with gloomy clouds behind them, than was taken with the manufacture of these gallows. For in many cases they were no more than a 7-foot stake, to the top of which the victim's throat was firmly fastened, holding his or her feet a short distance from the ground. We have in the London press and in the House of Lords a number of reactionary persons who do not cease regretting the disappearance of Austria-Hungary. The new states, such as Yugoslavia and Czechoslovakia, they argue, are very unsatisfactory, if only for the reason that they substitute a lower civilization for a higher. Austrian culture, in their opinion, is so different from that of the new states that you cannot compare them. And when they talk of the Habsburg dynasty, it is after the fashion of old Francis Joseph, who, in 1891, when the 400th anniversary of the great Czech teacher Comenius was being officially celebrated in all the schools of Prussia, commanded that nothing of the sort was to be done in the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, because his attention had been drawn by Archbishop Schwarzenberg of Prague to a Latin letter in which the great man uttered some sharp words concerning the dynasty. One is prepared to overlook a great many things which happened in the stress of war, but the postcards, which portray fashionably dressed women and girls strolling between the gallows as if at a garden party and merely using their parasols against the sun, do not appear to leave any attributes for a civilization lower than that which they exhibit. The Bosniaks and Serbs who were thus done away with were frequently even less to blame than those ignorant peasants who, being told by their priests that Peter was their king, shouted, "Long live King Peter!" as the Austrian troops marched through their villages, and were forthwith hanged for high treason. "Whenever," says Euripides, "I see the wicked fall into adversity, I declare that the gods do exist." At Turnovo, 28 were executed, including 2 women, and at Palais, near Sarajevo, 26, the Austrians killing all the old folk and the children who remained when the Montenegrin and Serbian armies retreated. Those who were not murdered on the spot had a period of imprisonment during which they were fed on white bread, but all that they were asked prior to their execution was their name, their father's name, and their domicile. Thousands were interned. At Doboj, between 20 and 30 died every day of illness or of famine. The fate of the abandoned children in Bosnia was such that when Dr. Belinsky, the governor, afterwards Minister of Finance in Poland, was told of it, he had the decency to weep. His informant was Madame Chuk of Zagreb, so well known to British travelers. This lady was at the head of an organization which removed as many children as possible from Bosnia to other parts of the dual monarchy. The diet of grass, cow's dung, and a kind of bread, chiefly composed of clay and wood shavings and the bark of trees, gave to nearly all the children a protruding stomach. They were so weak that they would fall out of the luggage racks of the railway carriages, and with 500 to 600 children in 3 wagons, it was necessary to deposit some of them in the racks. At a place called Sunya, it was the ladies' custom to have cauldrons of maize and water as well as bacon waiting for the travelers, but very often this food brought on a colic, so unaccustomed were the children to fats. If the Austrians intended to put their Bosnian house in order by finishing off the population, Makansi Ordung, they made considerable progress. They had hoped, before the war began, to send a punitive expedition into Serbia that would finish off that insolent small country. Delirious was the enthusiasm of the Viennese at the declaration of war. Fate was giving them the whitest of bread before their execution. The Austrian statesmen did not embark on the war without taking certain precautions. Count Berchtold, on July 28, submitted for the old emperor's signature the war declaration, which explicitly stated that the government was forced to protect its rights and interests by recourse to arms, the more so as the Serbian troops had already attacked the imperial and royal soldiers at Temiš on the Danube. After the emperor had signed the declaration of war in this form, Count Berchtold struck out the reference to a fight at Temiš and sent a letter to Francis Joseph, explaining that he had taken it on himself to eliminate this sentence as the reports had not been confirmed. "It is clear," said the Arbeiterzeitung, commenting on the Austrian Red Book which revealed this affair. "It is clear that the fight at Temiš never occurred, but was simply invented by Count Berchtold. That arch scoundrel not only deceived the people, but also the emperor. The destiny of the world depended upon whether an 84-year-old man permitted himself to be deceived. For such a crime, Berchtold must certainly be sent to prison, or, more justly, to the gallows." If the punitive expedition into Serbia had been less disastrous, it would perhaps have been accompanied with less barbarity, though the Austrian army was handicapped, owing to the large number of aristocratic and presumably more gentle officers who found themselves unable to leave the War Office and similar institutions in Vienna. Yet the Austrians seemed to have determined how to act before they came. A special branch of the army occupied itself with the stealing, packing, and dispatching of cameras, engravings, ladies' garments, etc., etc. Numerous lists were accidentally left behind in Belgrade, and every sheet at the top left-hand corner was stamped with the words, "Samlungsofficer," collections officer. I do not know what knowledge and what skill are necessary before this rubber stamp is conferred upon a man. Did the imperial and royal authorities regard him as a non-combatant? The Sammlungsoffizier might represent such a classification if in private life he had been a courageous burglar, and the imperial and royal army, according to certain instructions for the conduct of troops, which were found on a wounded officer of the Ninth Army Corps, had resolved, irrespective of success or failure in the war, to massacre the Serbs without compunction. Any person encountered in the open, and especially in a forest, must be regarded as a member of a band that has concealed its weapons somewhere, which weapons we have not the time to look for. These people are to be executed if they appear even slightly suspicious. And another paragraph says that, I will not allow persons armed, but wearing no uniform, whether encountered singly or in groups, to be taken prisoners. They must be executed without exception. The Austrians knew very well that the Serbs had not received their new uniforms, and that at least 1/3 of their army was obliged to take the field in ordinary peasant's dress. The fact that the Austrian invasion of northwestern Serbia came to such an ignominious end before September is no reason why so large a number of women, children, and old men were, as is very well authenticated, cut to pieces, burned alive, despoiled of their eyes, their noses, disemboweled, and so forth. One expects a certain amount of license from the baser elements of an invading army. But in Serbia, perhaps because this was a punitive expedition, it seems to have been the imperial and royal officers who egged on their men. I have tried from the Austrian records to ascertain whether any comparable outrages can be laid at the door of the Serbs. And there is one incident which utterly disgraces some of their Montenegrin brothers. The men of Foča in Herzegovina joined the Montenegrin army when it penetrated to the neighborhood of Sarajevo. When it was thrown back, the Foča comrades, Yugoslavs of course, and guilty of high treason against Austria, accompanied them to Montenegro, and later on some Montenegrin officers denounced the people of Foča to the Austrians, with the result that 14 of them were hanged. On August 24, 1914, after 12 terrible days, the Austrians were dislodged from Šabac and flung across to the northern bank of the Save. More useful to the Serbs than their 6,000 prisoners were the 50 cannons and over 30,000 rifles, for the Serbian troops had entered the war with such scanty equipment that many of the regiments, with an effective strength of over 4,000 men, possessed only 2,500 rifles. The armed soldiers went into action, while the unarmed waited in reserve, springing forward as their comrades fell and taking up the weapons of the fallen to continue the fight. Here occurred an incident of which the hero was a boy. He had run away to the army and, to his vast delight, been made a standard-bearer. When an officer perceived that he was continuously exposing himself, he told him to hide. "No one will see you," said the officer. "But," answered the boy, "the flag will see." And he was killed. Many of the dead or wounded Austrians were southern Slavs who had not been able to surrender to their brothers. They were often found with all their cartridges intact and with their rifles made incapable of shooting. Footnote regarding the children. In all, 7,130 boys and girls were removed from Bosnia-Herzegovina, and a year or two after the end of the war, a good many of them were still with their foster parents in other parts of Yugoslavia. They preferred to remain there, because of the lack of food in their own homes. The parents of many, especially in Herzegovina, had been hanged, and others had been for so long away from their parents that they had no keen desire to return to them. End of footnote. The Serbian Princes. One of the first results of this victory was the invasion by Serb and Montenegrin troops of Bosnia. They succeeded in penetrating to within a few miles of Sarajevo, and there they were held up not only by the encircling forts, but by the scarcity of their ammunition, for the Russian supplies had not yet come through. "Your Royal Highness," said a corporal one day to Prince George, the impetuous young man who had resigned his position as heir to the throne and was at this moment far more congenially occupied as the chief of an irregular band in the mountains. "We have no more ammunition," said the corporal. "Each man has a knife?" asked George. The corporal nodded. "Then let us go on." "The prince has a great wound across his breast, from one side to the other. He is very much the descendant of Karageorge. He dislikes making a secret of his opinions. King Peter, who was present at the inauguration of the Belgrade synagogue, always refrained from entering the Roman Catholic Church, since it was included in the buildings of the Austrian legation. His elder son was not adverse, when relations were strained, from taking an enthusiastic part in anti-Austrian demonstrations, so that the Austrians were delighted to spread a report that this ebullient youth had killed his orderly and must be set aside from the succession. The truth was that George happened to catch his orderly reading a private letter of his. In a sudden fit of rage, he struck him a blow, even as Karageorge would have done. Unluckily, the man rolled down some steps, and from the resulting injuries he died. A good many Austrian and German writers have said that George is mad. He is certainly less fitted to govern Yugoslavia than is Alexander, his brother. One remembers George, so dark and lean and hawk-eyed, traversing the broad Danube at Belgrade in a most original fashion. As the blocks of ice swept along, he made his horse leap from one of them to another. And one thinks of that more patient prince, Alexander, poring for hours over papers of state, gazing up a little wearily through his glasses, wondering for month after month whether the crisis between government and opposition in Yugoslavia will ever be solved. George will seek relaxation in driving a motor car as if the Serbian roads were a racing track. Alexander's relaxation is to hear a new musical play, then to go home and repeat the whole score by heart on his piano. All through the war, Alexander, the Prince Regent, for King Peter felt himself, on account of his age and his rheumatism, unequal to anything save the personal encouragement of his soldiers in the trenches. Throughout the war, Alexander was with his army. In his eloquent proclamations, one sees the student. On the battlefield, he conquers his shyness. And now he is a truly democratic king, at whose table very often is some non-commissioned officer or private whose acquaintance he has made in the war. He asked the man to come and see him one day in Belgrade, so that the royal adjuncts are always busy with this stream of warriors. The men are well aware that their own peasant costume, with the sandals, is admissible at court. Even at a ball you see some fine old peasant who is perhaps a deputy and who does not, like a certain Polish minister of recent years, remove his white collar before entering the chamber. You can see him in his thick brown homespun with black braiding, breeches very baggy at the seat and closely fitting round the legs. As he comes in, he knocks the snow from off his sandals and strides perfectly at ease across the Turkish carpets. With such a man, the king loves greatly to go hunting. Last winter, in the Rudnik region, the inhabitants were being plagued by wolves, so the king went down there with some officers and peasants. Though he is so short-sighted that he constantly wears glasses, if you meet him casually, you would suppose that this keen-faced young officer was probably a writer of military books. Though he is short-sighted, he is one of the best shots in Europe. On the Slovenian mountains, he has brought down many chamois, and before he succeeded at a summer resort in Serbia, he was always first at target practice. Nor is he less skilled at cards, particularly bridge. He gathers round him the best players in the town. Such are his relaxations after the long round of audiences and hours of other work. During the day, he will have very likely undertaken to pay the expenses from his own pocket of another Serbian student at home or abroad. So many of them are his pensioners. And it may be said without flattery that in the pursuit of knowledge he affords them an example. His subjects number about 14 millions, but when in conversation I happen to allude to a remote border village, his subsequent remarks made me wonder whether he had just been reading an article about the checkered history of that little place. He is, in fact, like his late grandfather of Montenegro, the father of his people. But they have different ideas about the duties of a father, and while Nikita's laugh was pretty grim, the deep, wholehearted laughter of Alexander takes you into the sincere recesses of the man. During the Bosnian offensive, there was launched an expedition over the Save into the goodly land of Sirmia, one of those Yugoslav provinces of which the Austro-Hungarian Empire was to be stripped. This expedition had a varying success, for the assault that was attempted in the neighborhood of Mitrovica was not skillfully conducted, and the Serbian army, for the first time in the war, was worsted. Then troops in Bosnia, just before the grand attack on Sarajevo, were thrown into confusion by an order from the Montenegrin king, who, without vouching any reason, called his army back. The Serbian troops had no other course than to retreat as well, and their enemies delivered, all the rest of September and throughout October, a tremendous thrust against the army that was shielding Valjevo. The Serbs, who were very lamentably short of arms, munition, clothing, and every sort of hospital equipment, did not care to think of the approach of winter. They hurled themselves against the Austrian swarms, and up to this period they had lost in dead and seriously wounded more than 130,000 men. Footnote regarding King Peter's encouragement. He intervened, for example, near Lazarevac, where he observed with tears in his eyes that one of his finest regiments, the 10th Jumadia, was giving way to overwhelming numbers. He told them that he intended to stay where he was, and he invited any soldier who wished to remain with him to do so. Every man remained. Très charmant was the comment of the colonel, an eyewitness who told me of this incident. End of footnote. The tactics of the Montenegrin king. The cooperation between the Serbs and Montenegrins for the Bosnian campaign was the occasion of some of Nikita's usual devious diplomacy. He summoned, as we have seen, a superfluous Skupština, whose resolutions would enable him to go to Francis Joseph, his secret ally, with a tale of force majeure. And he telegraphed to his grandson, the Serbian Prince Regent, "My Montenegrins and myself are already on the frontiers, ready to die in the defense of our national independence." While his ill-equipped warriors pushed on to Budva, arrived before Kotor, seized Foča, Rogaša, and other towns, pressing on until they stood before the forts of Sarajevo, the disreputable royal family, jealous as ever of Belgrade, were plunging deeper and always deeper into treachery. The Serbian officers, General Yankovic and Colonel, now General Pasic, who mainly at the insistence of Russia had been sent to reorganize the Montenegrin army, saw themselves hampered at every turn by the court clique at Centenja. Yankovic, finding that orders were given without his knowledge, returned to Niš, and later on, after the fall of Lovćen, Nikita tried to foist upon Nešić the odium of a surrender which his own machinations had brought about. The Magyars and their prisoners. As one might have expected, the withdrawal from Bosnia was followed by a repetition of the Reign of Terror in that beautiful land of woods and villages where the imperial and royal authorities had been engaged for years in showing foreign journalists exactly what they wanted them to see. There had been some doubt as to whether Bosnia-Herzegovina came under the crown of Austria or that of Hungary. The Magyars had been gradually getting the upper hand in the administration, and now, in the autumn of 1914, it was they who undertook to deal with those subjected Bosniaks. Again, we are furnished with evidence galore, Not this time by picture postcards, but by the cemeteries at Arad, the Hungarian, now it is a Romanian, town on the Maros. It was in the casements of the Arad fortress, many of which had not been opened from the days of Maria Theresa, that thousands of poor Bosniak civilians were interned. In one of the cemeteries I counted 2,103 black wooden crosses, in another between 600 and 700, in another about 1,000. These dead witnesses are more eloquent than the living. On October 31st, 1915, says an inscription on a cross in the largest cemetery, there died, aged 95, Milia Argets. She may have been a fearful danger to the Magyar state. Cross number 716 says merely, deaf and dumb. So does number 774. Jovan Krunic, number 706, was 1.5 years old. There are children even younger. The Magyars seem to have applied to Bosnia that label which the monkish medieval mapmakers applied to the remoter peoples. Here dwell very evil men. If, however, the commandant, Lieutenant Colonel Hegedus, a Magyarized version of the German Held, which means hero, and his subordinates, Sergeants Rosner and Herzfeld, would claim that they did their best, they have some excuse in the fact that although the 10,000 interned people began to arrive in July, the first 2 doctors, who were also captives, did not appear until January 1915. In the absence of medical advice, the sergeants may have thought it was an excellent plan, in November, to drive the prisoners into the Maros for a bath, and then walk them up and down the bank until their clothes were dry. Hegedus may have thought it was most sanitary to have dogs to eat the corpse's entrails, and sometimes the whole corpse. Dr. Stefan Pop, a Romanian lawyer in Arad, afterwards a minister at Bucharest, displayed his humanity by drawing up a terrible indictment of the conditions. "You should be glad," said Tisa, the reactionary premier, to him. "Very glad that you can breathe the free air of Hungary." The casements were provided with less than 3 centimeters of straw, which was not removed for months. Spotted fever, pneumonia, and enteritis were the chief epidemics. Those who were guilty of some offense, such as receiving a newspaper, would be put among the spotted fever cases. Sometimes the dead were left for 2 or 3 days with the living. Such was the state of the bastions and their underground passages that the Magyar soldiers came as rarely as they could manage. It was, said Hegedus, a provisional arrangement to have about 1,000 people in one of these passages or lunettes with no lavatory. But it was not only the non-Nigerians, several of whom were at Arad, that found their life was a very provisional affair. You could be killed in different ways. The dying were occasionally wrapped in a sheet and rocked against a wall. When they groaned, the soldiers laughed and said that this was cheering King Peter. In fact, the Magyars behaved with rare generosity to their prisoners. We are told in the Oxford Hungarian Review, June 1922, by Mr. Aubrey Herbert, MP, a gentleman who persists in writing of that which he does not know. A woman called Lenka or Helen Mihailovich, who had kept the canteen in the fortress during 15 years, was expelled in January 1916 for having helped to clothe some naked children. People used to give Rosner, the sergeant, a tip in order to be allowed to visit the canteen. Their ordinary food was the reverse of appetizing. Constantine, the son of Ilya Jovanovich, a boy who used to be employed at the fortress, and who had not been permitted by the Magyars to learn his own language, saw the children being fed, very often on saltfish, no matter whether they were ill or not, and sometimes on the intestines of horses. The Serbian gravediggers used to cook themselves a dish of grass, salt, and water. They were too weak to work, and they had work enough. On February 1st, 1915, for instance, 29 people were buried. A certain captain, afterwards Major Lockman, an Austrian officer, arrived in Arad and heard the apprehensions that an epidemic might spread from the fortress. This had, in fact, been debated by the town council, and Lockman was eventually responsible for a commission of inquiry. But Hedgitus, although he was degraded and condemned to prison, made a successful appeal, for his father-in-law was a field marshal, one Pechor. A few improvements were made in the casemates towards the end of 1917 as a Spanish commission was expected, but it never came. Some of the long galleries have, since the armistice, been furnished with windows and electric light, but about 4 months after the armistice I found them full of dead flies and heavy with an abominable stench. Amid the debris were many lamps, such as one uses in a mine. There was a proclamation dated 1918 which tried to lure deserters back. It promised that no punishment would be inflicted on them if they should return, but that robbery or murder would be met with capital punishment either by shooting or by strangling. The floor was littered with all kinds of paper, with scraps of furniture, a few chains, and some prison books, which dated back for years. These gave details of all the punishments and were written in a very ornamental script, as though the clerks had taken a pleasure in their work. The Arad fortresses had been partly used as a prison for a long time. But Misko Tadar, a Magyar who stayed there 16 years for having murdered his fiancée, his mother, and his sister, as well as one Kotsian, who remained for more than 18 years, he had murdered the proprietor of a canteen, his wife and child in the Boche. And Rujatatska, a Croat who together with another man had been accused of theft, had killed their escort and thrown his body into the Danube. None of these culprits could remember having heard of such punishments as the Bosniak civilians had to bear. The iron ring from which people used to be suspended for a couple of hours could still be seen on a large tree. If the relatives or friends could pay a fine, this penalty was discontinued. Another method was to fasten a man's right wrist to his left ankle and the left wrist to the right ankle. He would then be left for a week. Every night a blanket was thrown over him. But there is something very strange in the composition of the Magyars. When the revolution broke out and the prisoners, after all these years of horror, were gaining their freedom, an acquaintance of mine, a certain Gavritz, whose job for 3.5 years had been the comparatively pleasant one of cleaning boots, was on the point of leaving the prison. There he was met by the director's daughter. "And you, an intelligent person," she said, "are you not ashamed of yourself?" The Hungarian newspaper wrote that Hedgitus was dead, which may or may not have been true, and in another paper, the Hungarian Nation, printed in English in February 1920, the Reverend Dr. Nally said, "May we not still cling to the hope that chivalrous England will give a helping hand to the nation whose weakness is that she is too chivalrous?" One Englishman whom the reader may or may not consider worth quoting is with the Magyars. "No country," says Lord Newton, "treated their prisoner of war so well as the Hungarian, and I know it, because looking after prisoners of war was my job." "My husband," says Lady Newton, "had interested himself in their cause of this delightful race," she terms them in the previous sentence, "and had been able to do their country some slight service, and for this they simply could not sufficiently show their gratitude towards ourselves. From the prince to the peasant, the Hungarian is a grand seigneur, with all the instincts of a great gentleman and the manners of a king." May I mention that at the same time, I believe as Lord and Lady Newton were being entertained, a poor Slovak was being differently treated. Having left his home in Hungary to serve in the Czechoslovak army, and having settled in Czechoslovakia, after the war he got word that his mother was dying. He thereupon applied for and received a Hungarian visa, and on entering that territory he was arrested. A long time afterwards, the Czechoslovak legation at Budapest was vainly trying to have him liberated. End of section 17. Read by Keith Marohn. Section 18 of The Birth of Yugoslavia, Volume 1 by Henry Baerlein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, The European War, Part 2. The Southern Slavs in Austria-Hungary. From the beginning of the war, the imperial and royal authorities had been exasperated by the Southern Slavs within the empire. A few extracts from the archives which, after the end of the war, were found at Zagreb will be of interest. A. In Serbo-Croat. Telegram from the commander of the Balkan Army received in Zagreb 3/10/1914. In German. His Excellency the Baron Skurlitz, Zagreb, SSS Tuzla 387-146-2/10/05. Res number 817, OK. Investigation by Lieutenant Field Marshal Zurmay has demonstrated that our soldiers have been shot at from houses in Bosnia to the west of Simlin and that enemy troops have been given shelter. In accordance with the request of Lieutenant Field Marshal Zurmay, I urgently request that all male inhabitants over 15 years of age shall be evacuated from this place and from all others in which similar incidents have occurred, that measures be taken without delay in the interior of Croatia, and a stern examination be carried out in association with the Zagreb Military Command as also with the Army Group Command of Petrovaradin, acting in conjunction with the Government Commissary Heidgethe. Guilty persons are to be handed over to the military court for legal treatment. Identical copies of the ban of Croatia, Slovenia, and Government Commissary Baron Talion, and, for his information, to Lieutenant Field Marshal Zurmay, as well as to the Army Group Command of Petrovaradin. Signed, Petyork, Field Marshal. B. Imperial and Royal Army, Director of Supplies and Transport, K number 114, to the Royal Government Commissary Bertsko on the 12th September 1914, Vukovar. I have the honor to inform you that during these last days the railway near Mitrovica has been damaged by the artillery of the Serbian army, which would be almost incredible without signals made by the local population, and moreover that between Rumia and Indija, that is to say, in a part occupied by our troops, the permanent way has been injured, which in all probability was done by the people of that district. These events, and anyhow the general atmosphere in Serbia, makes it necessary to take the most energetic steps, as indicated in the orders of the Imperial and Royal Prime Minister, number 6538/1914, and of the number 1913 of 1914. Imperial and Royal Fifth Army Director of Supplies and Transport, K number 114. C. Imperial and Royal Military Command in Zagreb, Press Bureau number 2590, to the Higher Command of the Army, Higher Command of the Balkan Front, Royal Military Press Bureau, Zagreb, November 2nd, 1914. Thousands of loyal officers and men have fallen victim to the treachery that has penetrated so deeply into the fatherland and is directed against our enthusiastic, brave, and heroically fighting army. It is evident from all the reports of the wounded that no one has been afraid of the enemy troops, but rather of treachery, which comes upon them from the front, the left, the right, the rear, from trees, and from houses. Through treachery, the foe was and is still made acquainted with every movement of troops. The enemy artillery is helped in every way through signals, so that it can direct upon us a fire that falls like lightning. Light signals, smoke signals, position of church tower clocks, herds of cows, flocks of geese, imitations of the noises of animals, yellow and black flags, etc., etc., have indicated the strength and movement of troops. Signed, Chure, Lieutenant Field Marshal. D. Imperial and Royal Military Command in Zagreb, Press Bureau number 3050, the spreading of disquieting news among the population. To His Excellency the Imperial and Royal Secret Counselor Dr. Ivan Baron Skurlitz, Ban of the Kingdom of Croatia, Slovenia, and Dalmatia. Zagreb, November 26, 1914. This document, signed by Lieutenant Field Marshal Shirai, draws attention to a secret society in Zagreb which, from the beginning of the war, is said to have been circulating false reports, not only with reference to the most incredible news of our troops being defeated, but also as to the attitude of neutral states and our own tried and excellent commanders who are said to have practiced treachery followed by suicide. The ban's attention is directed to the introduction of hostile newspapers, and he is asked to have the foreign consuls in Zagreb discreetly watched. He is also told that in Zagreb the bank officials are said to have discouraged the citizens from investing in war loans. E. Imperial and Royal Military Command in Zagreb. Press Bureau number 3297. Another note to the ban dated December 10, 1914 on the same subject. It is recommended that the persons chiefly responsible for these false reports be apprehended and interned, either on the charge of espionage or on account of having agitated. The government is asked by the military command to have all such reports assembled, together with an appeal to loyal citizens, in an article which every newspaper should print twice in successive numbers. At the same time, all the newspapers should be told to print inspiring articles, and an article of this kind should be sent in for approval by the government and the military command. The signature at the bottom of this note is undecipherable. F. Imperial and Royal Military Command in Zagreb. Press Bureau number 841, Zagreb, February 1915. This is a long and conscientious exposé by the military commandant of Zagreb and the political situation there and in Croatia generally. He mentions that when in June 1913 several men deserted from the 4th Company of the 53rd Infantry Battalion, which belonged to the 8th Mountain Brigade, it was not thought to have any special significance.
When,
says the writer,
I happened to express my astonishment that Croats should desert to Serbia, I received the following answer. The Croats are loyal, but the Emperor does not care for us. The Magyars do not understand us, and we also do not wish to become Magyars. Therefore the Croats turn to the Serbs, who at least understand their language. At that time,
he continues,
I did not understand these words, but now that I have become more acquainted with this country, I see that they reveal everything. Alas, so many Croats have adopted this popular logic and seem to incline to the Serbs.
He explains that harmonious relations did not exist between the military command and the local government, since the former acted without taking into account the political position of any individual, while the latter acted in the reverse fashion. How the war raged in the winter of 1914-1915. In the winter of 1914, the Serbian army had been obliged to withdraw, leaving Valjevo to the Austrians. The retrograde movement had to continue. Belgrade was abandoned at the end of November, and the people from those northern and western parts of the country could not resign themselves to waiting for the enemy after the manner in which he had behaved. Terror-stricken fugitives began to block the roads and to impede the movements of the army. Everywhere was a panic. It is remarkable that the Serbian government at Niš chose this time, November 24th, for making to the National Skupština the first declaration that they proposed to carry on the war until we have delivered and united all our brothers who are not yet free, Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. Later on, when King Peter, after many trials, managed to reach Durazzo, he was given a few hours' notice in which to leave that place. He was also thrust out of Brindisi by the Italians because he declined to repudiate this declaration. Mackenzie Ordung would soon be heard. Even the army, unaccustomed to defeat, was losing its self-possession. Putinik, the revered old strategist, declared that he could do no more. No longer in his overheated room, struggling with asthma, could the famous marshal evolve a plan. And then it happened that General Misic, placed in command of the First Army, determined, after studying the situation, to risk everything on a last throw. Misic was a quiet, methodical little man whose optimism was always based on knowledge. In the intervals between Serbia's former campaigns, he had won distinction as professor of strategy. He now caused 1,400 young students, the flower of the nation, to be appointed non-commissioned officers. He likewise produced a most brilliant scheme of operations so that the whole army was fired with enthusiasm, and so irresistible did they attack that by December 13th not a single armed Austrian remained in the country. Ernest Haeckel, the great professor, had said at Jena that the native superiority of the German nation conferred on them the right to occupy the Balkans, Asia Minor, Syria, and Mesopotamia, excluding from these parts the weaker and inferior peoples who were living there. On December 15th, King Peter made a triumphal entry into Belgrade. A Hungarian flag which had floated from the palace was employed as a carpet on the steps of the cathedral when the king proceeded thither with his generals to give thanks for the miraculous success of Serbia's army. Once more, the famous little town, the White Town that is thrown so splendidly above the plain where two wide rivers meet, was in possession of the Serbs. Against this rampart many human waves have broken. Attila and his Huns encamped on the plain. The Ostrogoths appeared. Justinian built the city walls, and then came the Avars and Charlemagne and the Franks, the Bulgars, the Byzantines, the Magyars. The White Town, Bielgrad, or Beograd, which we call Belgrade. Wiesenberg was the old German name. Has a glorious past and surely a magnificent future. When the Serbs came back to Belgrade in December 1914, the total of Austrian prisoners was more numerous than the Serbian combatants. But 35,000 of these prisoners, together with 250,000 Serbs of all ages and 106 Serbian and Allied doctors, were now to succumb to the plague of typhus, which the Austrian troops had carried from Galicia. Hospitals were hurried out from France and Great Britain. Heroic work was done by women and by doctors. Doctors operated day and night. In the hospitals, the patients were so closely packed that it was impossible to step between them. In Skopje, says Colonel Morrison, who in civil life is senior surgeon to the Queen's Hospital, Birmingham, in Skopje, a British unit was installed in a large factory accommodating over 1,000 medical and surgical patients. Beside their inherent unsuitability, the premises were detestably unsanitary, and the floor space overcrowded to its utmost capacity. On the ground floor, I saw 250 men lying on sacks of straw, packed closely together, covered only by their ragged uniform under a blanket. Gangrenous limbs and septic compound fractures were common, the stench being overpowering. Yet every window was closely shut. He tells how 7 out of the members of the British staff went down with typhus. At Uzice, he found over 700 patients crammed into rooms containing about 500 beds. Many were lying on the bare floor, others were on sacks of straw, others on raised wooden platforms in series of 6 men side by side. Often one would see an elderly warrior who had been wounded a week or 2 previously being jolted along in an ox cart with several civilians who were suffering from typhus, all trying to find a hospital that could take them in. And meanwhile, it was necessary to reorganize the army. All the men between the ages of 17 and 55 were called to the colors, including those whom the doctors had declared to be totally unfit for military service. The Treaty of London, April 1915. On April 26, 1915, the negotiations were concluded between France, Great Britain, Russia, and Italy. The Treaty of London was signed, and the Italians had become our allies. By this treaty, we in France and Russia undertook to give them, if we were victorious, a very large increase of territory, over which, by the way, we none of us had any right of disposal. For Serbia and for Montenegro, this is a war of defense and of liberation, and not of conquest, said the Yugoslav Committee in London, May 1915, which committee, by the way, made its first headquarters in Rome, and only transferred itself to London and Paris in view of the frankly hostile attitude of Sannino and his colleagues. It consisted of the prominent Croats and Slovenes who had managed to escape across the Austrian frontier.
"Serbia and Montenegro," said the committee, "fight to liberate our people from a foreign yoke and to unite them in one sole free nation. To perpetuate the separation of these territories in leaving them under the Austro-Hungarian domination or another foreign domination would be in flagrant violation of our ethnographic, geographic, and economic unity. Our people would, without any doubt, oppose to it in energetic and justified resistance."
At other times during the 19th century, the great powers made amongst themselves and without consulting the small powers certain arrangements which affected the latter, although, as Professor Westlake observes, all the states, so far as their sovereignty is concerned, stand equal before the law. But these arbitrary arrangements had always been made in the interest and for the security and well-being of the weaker state, as, for example, when the Congress of Berlin decided on the independence of Romania and Serbia in accordance with the will of the people. This beneficent action on the part of the great powers infringed none of the principles of international law, whereas the Treaty of London took away from the smaller power nearly everything of value it possessed and stripped it of the possibility of future greatness. The spoil was presented by the great powers to one of themselves. We may concede, as Mr. C.A.H. Bartlett of the New York and United States Federal Bar points out in his closely reasoned monograph, we may concede that belligerents can, by way of anticipation, allot enemy land among themselves, yet such a compact cannot properly be exercised by them so as to work injustice to another ally who is not a party to the division of territory. From the first, it was well understood that the Treaty of London could only be imposed in direct defiance of the wishes of the populations most immediately concerned, so that the Italian cabinet insisted that the whole transaction should be kept from the knowledge of the Serbian government. As an illustration of the domineering and extortionate nature of Italy's demands, to which the Entente submitted, one may mention that part of the proposed boundary was traced over the high seas beyond the 3-mile limit, which of course was a proposition entirely at variance with international law. We should not forget, says the Spectator, the whole Italian record of idealism and liberal thought. And Mr. G.M. Trevelyan, an Italian exponent, remarks that the terms of the Treaty of London were unknown to the people who paraded the streets of Rome, impatient for their country to enter the war, and threatening with death the minister Giolitti, who had hitherto succeeded in keeping them out of it. The grandiose bargain which the government had made was unknown to them. But surely Mr. Trevelyan is paying meager tribute to their idealism and liberal thought when he implies that they would have been elated by a knowledge of their details of the treaty. Ought not rather a people imbued with the aforementioned virtues to have threatened with death a minister who should attempt to carry through so scandalous an instrument?
"The broad reason why the Italians joined our side," says Mr. Trevelyan, "was because they were a Western, a Latin, and a liberal civilization."
Mr. Bartlett, who ponders his words with legal precision, thinks that
Italy was not inspired by any very noble principles of right and justice when the wars began, nor until long after it had swept over the greater portion of Europe. Nor was she spontaneously moved by any sentiment of human justice. She was cool, calculating, and businesslike. She weighed carefully in the balance the advantages and disadvantages she might derive from the pending struggle. She saw on which side the profit might lie, and with that commercial prudence for which her people are renowned, she set her own price on the value of her aid to the Entente.
But if the long hesitation was nothing more than governmental prudence, and if the nation as a whole was out of sympathy with such ideas, how came it that, after the plunge was taken, no less than 300 deputies left their cards on Signor Giolitti? The country was, through various causes, swept into the war, and in considering whether this was in harmony with or in opposition to the desires of the majority, I think one should pay at least as much attention to the deputies who acted as to the crowd who shouted. The country was swept into the war, and a Bologna newspaper, Resto del Carlino, March 21, 1915, has published a telegram from Cennino to the Italian ambassadors in Paris, London, and Petrograd, which announced that Italy was joining in the World War for the purpose of destroying the strategical advantage enjoyed by Austria in the Adriatic. But at the same time, the southern Slavs must be prevented from gaining a similar position, and so the coast must be neutralized from Kotor to the river Vaiusha. Cennino expressly gives Rijeka to the Croats. It is not only this which lends great interest to the document, but the fact that Italy's entrance into the war was determined 5 weeks before the signing of the Treaty of London and 2 months before she actually declared war. Footnote regarding Mr. G. M. Trevelyan. I think that, insofar as concerns this article in the New Europe, July 8, 1920, it is fairer to describe Mr. Trevelyan as an Italian exponent rather than apologist. Although we cannot agree with various remarks of his, he makes it clear that he is out of sympathy with the Italian extremists. He deprecates also the views of those English publicists who are altogether on the side of the Yugoslavs. The truth, perhaps, says he, lies somewhere hid in the center, and if that is not a very happy observation, it is at any rate much more moderate than the average views of those English writers whose spiritual home is in Italy. End of footnote.
How Bulgaria came into the war. In the course of the year 1915, Ferdinand of Bulgaria with his henchman Radoslavov was arranging to come into the war. Public opinion in that country was smarting under the drastic Treaty of Bucharest, which had been imposed by the victors of the Second Balkan War. It was Romania which had inflicted the shrewdest wound by taking the whole of the Dobrudja as a recompense for a military promenade, during which she lost a few men who deserted and a few officers who were shot in the back. The Dobrudja is a land whose people cause it to resemble a mosaic. Greeks, Turks, Romanians, Tartars, Bulgars, Armenians, and Gypsies are to be found, but the southern parts are undoubtedly Bulgarian. After the great outcry which the Bulgars had raised over the surrender of one town, Silistra, it can be imagined that the loss of the whole land came as an unendurable sentence. Quite apart from Bulgaria's Macedonian aspirations, it was felt in Belgrade that Ferdinand, by pointing to the Dobrudja, would be able to drive his kingdom into an alliance with the Central Powers, an alliance whose aim, as far as he was concerned, was to leave him Tsar of the Balkans. The photograph which he circulated of himself, seated in a splendid chair upon a promontory by the Black Sea, wearing the appropriate archaic robes, and with a look of profound meditation on his otherwise Machiavellian features, was exactly what he thought a Balkan Tsar should be. The Serbs were in favor of delivering an attack upon the Bulgars before they had mobilized and concentrated their troops. This would not have warded off the Teutonic invasion, but the Serbs would have been able to maintain contact with Salonika, thus facilitating the evacuation of their army. And who knows whether this diversion would not have induced the Greeks and the Romanians to change their attitude. However, the proposal was vetoed by Serbia's great allies, who thought that their diplomacy might work upon the Bulgars. Many worthy people said that it would be quite inconceivable for the Bulgarian army to oppose the Russian, seeing that this would be terrible ingratitude. But they forgot that if the Russians had been, not for purely altruistic motives, the kind patrons of the Bulgars they had recently, when the Tsar Nicholas and the Tsarina came to the Constanza fetes, made open cause with Bulgaria's opponents. They were also forgetting, rather inexcusably, that the Bulgars were averse to the idea of the Russians securing Constantinople. On the other hand, the old pro-Russian sentiments of the people still survived. The Russian legation at Sofia received numerous applications to serve in the army. Large contributions were made to the Russian Red Cross, and public prayers were offered for the success of the Russian arms. But the Muscovite minister at Sofia was a man unfitted for the post, and Ferdinand's task was made easier. The Allied diplomats could argue, later on, that they failed by a narrow margin, since Radoslavov only succeeded in gaining a majority by means of the help of the Turkish deputies. But if the Sobrania had been hostile to Ferdinand and Radoslavov, they would simply have dissolved it. As a pattern of morals, Dr. Radoslavov is not worth quotation. The offenses for which, during a previous premiership, he was convicted were rather flagrant. But his views on international politics are quite instructive. On November 14, 1912, he wrote to his friend Mavrodiev, the prefect of Sofia, a letter which was afterwards reproduced in facsimile.
"It is clear," he said, "that Russian diplomacy is disloyal. It wants Constantinople. But it is not only Russia which envies Bulgaria. The same thing is true for Austria-Hungary and Germany. The Balkan Union has surprised them, and they will seek a new basis in their future politics."
But then the Second Balkan War and the Treaty of Bucharest enabled Ferdinand to commit his country to an alliance which various of his statesmen and generals vehemently deprecated.
"If the Germans should win,"
telegraphed Tokayev, the minister at Vienna, in August 1915,
"that would still be more dangerous for Bulgaria."
Ferdinand was sure that the Austro-Germans would succeed in conquering the Serbs. On October 6th, after a treacherous artillery preparation, the two armies began to cross at various points the Danube, the Save, and the Drin. Their losses in the hand-to-hand engagements may have reminded them of a phrase in the official explanation that was issued after the rout of the previous December by the Viennese authorities.
"The retirement of our forces after the victorious offensive in Serbia has given birth to diverse rumors, for the most part entirely without foundation. It was inevitable that we should have important losses in men and material."
So it was on this occasion at Belgrade. For example, thousands were killed as they struggled to the shore. In a broad street leading down to the harbor, a brigade of Skopje recruits plunged through the Austrians with their knives. But in the end, on October 10, and in spite of heroic work on the part of some French and British naval detachments, Belgrade fell. On October 12, the Bulgars attacked.
"The European war is drawing to its close,"
said Ferdinand's proclamation.
"The victorious armies of the Central Powers are in Serbia and are rapidly advancing."
They advanced less rapidly than they had planned, thanks to the wonderful exploits of the Serbian army, which was heavily encumbered by the growing stream of fugitives. The Austro-Germans failed to encircle the Serbian troops. Slowly, and keeping in touch with those who were on the Bulgarian frontier, the Serbs retired to the south and west. Attempt to buy off the Serbs. The government and the diplomatic corps had been for some time at Niš, the second largest town whose Turkish character is disappearing. But the population in the direst Turkish times were less exposed to epidemics than the thousands of unwilling residents who thronged the little painted houses and the wide cobbled streets in 1915. It was at Niš that the negotiations were conducted with Bulgaria, and in July an aged gentleman from Budapest came with an offer of a separate peace. This gentleman, a stockbroker of Slav origin, was imbued with patriotic motives, for he was assured that Germany would win the war. It was an undertaking in those days for a man in his 76th year to travel by way of Romania and Bulgaria to Niš. But as he had connections in Serbia, he was resolved to see them, and he traveled at his own expense, although the German consul general at Budapest, acting apparently for the Deutsche Bank, had spoken of 18 million crowns for distribution among the politicians at Niš and 5 millions for the old stockbroker himself. His suggestion was that Serbia should make certain small modifications in the Bucharest Treaty in favor of the Bulgars, that Albania should be hers up to and including Durazzo, that she should be joined to Montenegro, and that her debts to the Entente should be shouldered by Germany, which would likewise give a considerable loan, and requested merely that permission to send German troops down the Danube.
"Oh, my dear boy,"
said a minister, an old friend of his,
"go back at once, or they'll lock you up in a madhouse."
And when the poor gentleman got back, he found himself compelled to start a lawsuit against the Germans, since they were unwilling to pay his costs. The consul general at Pest disowned all knowledge of him, but the broker called in the police as witnesses, for they had summoned him on more than one occasion to explain why he was so much in the consul's company. The German government said also that he was a perfect stranger to them, but finally they settled with him for a sum which is believed to have been 35,000 crowns.
Greek transactions.
One reason why the Entente had dissuaded the Serbs from attacking Bulgaria was to prevent the casus foederis with Greece being jeopardized. This treaty between Greece and Serbia would become operative by a Bulgarian aggression, and the fox-faced Mr. Guneris, when he was Prime Minister of Greece in August 1915, assured the Allied powers that Greece would never tolerate a Bulgarian attack upon Serbia. It was largely on the strength of this assurance that when, a little later, the attitude of Bulgaria grew menacing and the Serbian General Staff suggested marching upon Sofia and nipping the Bulgarian mobilization in the bud, the then Russian Foreign Minister, M. Sazonov, supported in this by Sir Edward Grey, warned Serbia not to take the initiative. Serbia yielded to the demands of her great allies, only to see herself abandoned by the Greeks. King Constantine and probably the greater part of his people were anxious to remain outside the war, and to free himself from the embarrassing treaty with Serbia, he declared that it would only have applied if Serbia had been attacked by the Bulgars. We may say that it was doubtful whether the casus foederis arose when Serbia was attacked by Austria, but it clearly and indubitably did arise when she was attacked by Bulgaria. When Venizelos spoke of the obligations of Greece towards Serbia, a certain Mr. Paxton Hibben, an American admirer of Constantine, said in his book Constantine I and the Greek People, New York, 1920, that Venizelos was making an appeal to the sentimentality of his countrymen, so Constantine proclaimed that Greece was neutral. Our gallant Serbian allies, he declared. Some 5 years later, when he returned from exile, our gallant Serbian allies. And the Athenian mob, Augustatina, where are thy men of might, thy grand in soul? Gone. The Athenian mob cheered itself hoarse. One word from Constantine, and they would have wrecked the Serbian legation and the French and the British for the terrible bad taste of not exposing their flags. But Constantine, clutching his German field marshal's baton, or perhaps it was the native baton given to the royal leader, who, in the Balkan War, wiped out some of the ignominy with which the previous Turkish war had covered him. At any rate, Constantine restrained himself. Why the devil couldn't these Serbs understand that they were his gallant allies? Let them wipe out the unhappy past. Had they never heard of that magnificent French actress who, being asked about the paternity of her son, replied that she really did not know? "Alas," she said, "I am so short-sighted." Well, It was true that in 1915 he had been neutral and unable to tolerate the presence of Serbian soldiers on his territory. If they found themselves obliged to leave their country and retreated by way of Greece, he gave orders to have them disarmed. This was the attitude imposed upon a neutral, and thousands of them had unfortunately died in consequence while passing over the Albanian mountains.
"Our alliance with Serbia,"
quoth the king while opening the chamber in 1921,
"our alliance with Serbia now drawn closer as the result of so many sacrifices and heroic struggles."
The son of the eagles, as his people called him, stopped a moment, but could hear no laughter. As for his policy in 1915, he had been perhaps a neutral lacking in benevolence. If he and his ministers did not actually refuse to receive the non-combatant young Serbs, they very certainly did not go out of their way to offer any shelter to these erstwhile little allies in distress when the alternative to Greece was wild Albania. 20,000 Serbian children lost their lives upon those bleak and trackless mountains. It was most unfortunate. And in the Cathedral of Athens, in the gorgeous presence of the clergy and the more responsible sections of the population, the king chuckled to himself as he was acclaimed with series of
"Christos aneste! Christ is risen!"
After all, those 20,000 Serbian boys would not have lived forever. These excellent Athenians were resolved that bygones should be bygones. It was perfectly true that British soldiers and French, entrapped and shot down by his command, were buried away yonder in Piraeus Cemetery. He felt like having a good laugh, but if you are a king, you must be dignified.
Footnote regarding the Serbian children lost in the mountains. About 36,000 boys, partly recruits and partly boys of more tender years, started over the mountains, and some 20,000 of them perished. End of footnote. Flight of the Serbs. Niš fell on November 4, 1915. King Peter's Plate, according to the subsequent avowals of one Bruce, a non-commissioned officer, being distributed among the 145th Prussian Regiment, the colonel annexing 10 pieces, and several privates receiving spoons and knives, and now the Serbs had to leave their country. On the other side of the Albanian mountains they might hope to find a land of exile. It is said that several of the ministers contemplated suicide. The Minister of War had so far lost his head that, after reaching Salonika by way of Monastir, he refused to join his colleagues at Scutari. But the venerable Pasic did not lose his jovial humor. He may have laughed in order to encourage those who were despairing. On the other hand, he may have known that Serbia would rise and rise to greater heights. He made no secret of the satisfaction which he felt when the Bulgars attacked, for this, he said, would settle once and for all the Macedonian question. Whether the attitude of the southern Slavs in Austria-Hungary appealed to him in equal measure is a little doubtful. It was hard for him, at his time of life, to envisage anything more than a greater Serbia. End of Section 18. Read by Keith Marohn. Section 19 of The Birth of Yugoslavia, Volume 1 by Henry Baerlein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. The European War, Part 3. The Faithful Croats. But the Croats, as is shown by other documents from the Zagreb archives, were faithful to their race. The extracts, by the way, reply to those foolish Italians who persisted for years in shouting that the Croats had been the fiercest foes of the Entente.
That they were the foes of Italy is not surprising, for the provisions of the wretched Treaty of London, concluded behind the back of the British Parliament and without even the cabinet being consulted, were by this time public property, and it was seen that the Italians had succeeded in persuading the Entente to promise them the reversion of a great slice of Yugoslav territory, very large portions of which were as completely Yugoslav as the island of Skidero or Torkola, whose population consisted of one Slav woman called Jakash, over 80 years of age. Save for their sentiments towards the Italians, it is clear that a large number of Croats were very warmly and very actively on the side of the Entente. I am sure that the unfortunate Italians of the Trentino, who, like them, were enrolled in the imperial and royal army, were as eager to desert. And no doubt, if they had been more numerous, we should have had an Italian contingent fighting with the Russians in association with the Czechoslovak and the Yugoslav brigades. Exhibit G. Sealed. Chief of Staff. To be dispatched in 2 envelopes. KN to be written on the one inside, and N alone without K on the outer seal. Imperial and Royal Command in Zagreb. Interior Department, Army GHQ, Commander of the Southeastern Front. FPO-2, 5-OP by HQF, PO 305, 5 AEC, FPO-81, Zagreb, July 10, 1915. In spite of the 10 months' war with Serbia, in spite of the notable executions of native citizens for assisting the enemy at the time of his incursion into Sirmia and Bosnia, there has latterly been an alarming increase in the number of cases of grossest insult to the persons of H.M., the Emperor and King. Outbreaks of deeply felt, only forcibly controlled hatred against everything friendly to the dynasty and the monarchy, curses upon the exalted wearer of the crown. Glorification of King Peter and the Serb realm, expressed by men and women alike, are of daily occurrence. Exhibit H. In this document we return to the subject of desertions. Royal Hungarian 42nd Infantry of the Line, Op number 1312/6, to the Imperial and Royal Corps Command in Sadagora, Cernowka, August 12, 1915. In the period from the 8th of August to the 9th of August, 2 men of the 10th Company have deserted, of whom one is probably wandering somewhere behind the front, as he is mentally deficient, having even gone away without a cap and being a Roman Catholic. Likewise, 4 men of the 12th Company and all the men recently enrolled from the village of Dolnia Lapats of the Greek Orthodox religion have apparently deserted to the foe. The impressions which I had of these men, impressions based on a personal intercourse of several hours while they were being marched to the recruiting depot, was unfavorable. And this I immediately made known in writing to the regimental command, with a brief note on this point on the 6th of August to the 11th Corps Command. Unhappily, my impressions were correct. There are scoundrels in these ranks. I have, for the present, instituted a most thorough and severe examination, wherein I am already myself participating. For I am inflexibly determined at the very smallest sign of a recurrence to apply to these traitors the military judicial procedure, and if necessary to have the men decimated, as I was unfortunately compelled to do with the Bosnian Herzegovinian Line Regiment No. 4 last winter, which method had the most excellent results. That regiment has thenceforward been blameless. I am so very well informed as to conditions in the South that I cannot be deceived, and I know that, in spite of all, including some misguided measures, there are still a number of traitors, some of them occupying a high social position,
moving about freely in Croatia, Slovenia, instead of being strangled, so that steps may be taken against the families of guilty persons. I enclose a list of the men who have deserted from the middle of June this year. I beg that I may be supported to the uttermost without the slightest wavering, and in a short time, so my experience tells me, we shall be in a most satisfactory position. Lipusjek, Lieutenant Field Marshal.
Imperial and Royal Corps Command, Satagora, 12th of August, 1915, 9 o'clock p.m., number 2446, with 3 enclosures. Exhibit I. We then get an elaborate and indignant dissertation dated November 1915 and signed by Lieutenant Colonel Lolischek. It is a study of the way in which the secret police was hampered and its patriotic activities watered down. The colonel also exposes the manner in which anti-patriotic, or shall we say anti-Habsburg citizens of Croatia, Slovenia are protected. Imperial and Royal Military Command in Zagreb, Chief of the General Staff, K number 1681. The colonel expresses his unbound approval of Marovitz, the chief of this branch of the police, and of von Klobucharitz, a police captain. The former, who is dead, was for many years at the head of the police at Zimlin, opposite Belgrade, and has left behind a reputation for fairness. The whereabouts of von Klobucharitz are unknown, and it would be prudent if this ex-Austrian officer, ex-dentist's assistant, and ex-policeman were to ensure their remaining so. The ban is accused of having frustrated various designs of this couple. He is further accused of having placed at the head of the Koprivnica internment camp, where 6,000 politically untrustworthy Serbs were assembled, the mayor, Kamenar, who himself had been dismissed for his political untrustworthiness. And when the military protested, they received no answer, while the mayor, so the wrathful writer hears, has been removed from his post at the internment camp and restored to his former office and dignity. The colonel asks how it is that in Croatia the crime of majestics beeldedung and high treason are seldom punished with more than 3 or 4 months' incarceration, while in other parts of the empire they are visited with death or at least a sentence of several years. The answer is that in Croatia the government was obliged, on account of the language, to employ Croatian judges. He mentions that Professor Arshinov, alleged to have come to Zagreb in order to carry on an anti-Habsburg and pro-Serbian propaganda, is indeed under arrest, but is being far too well treated at the hospital where he receives his Serbian associates and even his convivial evenings with them. In fact, the whole country, so the writer asserts, is saturated with Serbian sympathies and agitators. He says that in some villages every functionary from the highest to the lowest is a Serb. The gendarmerie, the tax gatherers, and the foresters are frequently Serbs, and he regards it as noteworthy that the hotels, inns, and cafes are almost exclusively in Serbian hands.
And it is only too well known,
so he rather strangely says,
that these are the places where suspicious characters are wont to hatch their secret plans under the influence of alcohol.
He complains at length of the anti-Austrian activities of the Serbo-Croatian coalition, and this proves that the party was not, as its critics have said, too subservient to the Habsburgs. Footnote regarding Lieutenant Field Marshal Lipusjek. This officer, aided by others, was charged with having organized an attempt to overthrow the Yugoslav National Council soon after its constitution in the autumn of 1918. The day of the counter-revolution was to be November 25th, according to the Hrotsa Rijek of November 23rd. The general and others were arrested, but as he was able to prove his innocence, he was liberated. End of footnote.
How the Serbs came to their patriarch's town. At the end of November, the Serbian army, with the government and thousands of refugees, arrived at the ancient towns of Prizren and Pec. It was at the rambling old patriarchal town of Pec that the Serbian soldiers had to do a thing which even their marvelous optimism could not endure. Most of their field guns had now to be destroyed after a few years of crowded and victorious life. An American correspondent, Mr. Fortier Jones, tells us how a gunner asked to be photographed beside his beloved weapon, and how, when he wanted to leave his address, he suddenly realized that with the loss of this gun, he would be a mere homeless wanderer. It was not surprising that these steel-built stoics, than whom all French and British witnesses agree there are no better fighters in the world, should have broken down at this ordeal. As for the chauffeurs, they were busy polishing their cars and cleaning their engines, presumably through force of habit, prior to the breaking up of all these touring cars and lorries. Some were saturated with petrol and set on fire. Others were exploded with hand grenades, but the most imaginative method was to drive the car up to that place, 2 or 3 miles from Pec, where the road to Andrijevica turned into a horse trail on the side of the precipice. Here the chauffeur would jump out after having let in the clutch and push down the accelerator, and the car would leap into space 300 or 400 feet over a mountain torrent. From this point, the Via Dolorosa stretched away precariously, at first a winding path of ice and then a track across the snowdrifts of the barren uplands. The Serbian government had offered to construct this very necessary road to Andrijevica. The engineer, one Smodlika, undertook to build it in 3 months, but Nikita's minister replied that the Austrian prisoners whom it was proposed to use were mostly in the grip of spotted fever. This was not the case, and one of the results of there being no road was that nearly all the supplies from Russia for the Montenegrins were abandoned at Pec. Cold, starvation, and exposure took a fearful toll among the straggling wanderers. Between 1,000 and 1,500 were cut off and murdered by savage Albanians, whose considerate treatment of the Serbs is highly praised by their champion, Miss Edith Durham, reviewing in the Daily Herald a book of Serbian tales that have precious little to do with Albania. She goes out of her way to laud, in those days of the terrible retreat, the kindliness of her protégés. As we have mentioned, of the 36,000 boys who accompanied the army in order to escape the Austrians, only some 16,000 reached the Adriatic, where it was said that there was nothing human left of them except their eyes. They had lived on roots and bark of trees. They drank the water into which decomposed corpses had been thrown. Of the 50,000 Austrian prisoners, many of them Yugoslavs, about 44,000 died in the course of their 8 weeks' retreat. None of them were heard to complain or seen committing any brutal act. Very many English women were included in this long procession. Old King Peter walked a good deal of the way. The Archbishop of Belgrade brought the relics of Stefan, the first crowned, and was followed by priests with lighted tapers. And Marshal Putnik, whom exposure would have killed, was carried all the way inside a primitive sedan chair. "Whence do you come, and what are you?" asked a Serbian woman of the wounded and dying. "We are," they replied in prose that reminded one of Mesterovitz. "We are the smoldering torches with which our country is kept warm. In the heart of one's native land, there is neither truth nor justice. We love our native land. This love is a barrier against human love.
The heart of one's native land is great and selfish, and it throbs. In this heart is the faith of all our hearts. We love our land. We watch over it, and we defend it. We love, though the lettering upon our tomb be enveloped in ivy. Formidable is its victory. And we will march along, not asking whether anybody will return. We love our native land, and even when the blood is thickening inside our throats, and we are carrying our entrails in our hands.
Though they were Serbs, they had forgotten how to sing. It was some time later that the words now famous of Tamo Deliko burst from the inspired lips of a simple soldier and were taken up by his companions.
There, far away by the Morava, there is my village. There is my love.
They came exhausted into Scutari, one by one or in small groups, says Monsieur Beau, the French minister. Some of them on horseback, some on foot. Here and there one saw a trace of military order, but most of them had no weapons. They looked as if they could not march another mile. These moving skeletons, so painfully they crawled along, so haggard, so emaciated, with a color so cadaverous and eyes so dull. This mournful band of brothers struggled into Scutari for days beneath the rain and through the mud. No bitterness came from the lips of those who had undergone every privation. As if impelled by destiny, they passed along in silence. From time to time, indeed, one heard them say, "Liebe," bread. That was the only word they had the strength to pronounce. For several days, the majority of them had nothing to eat, and in the cantonments where they lodged outside the town, their government could only provide a meager ration. A hundredweight of maize cost 300 francs in gold. But what of the women who had remained at Belgrade? Miss Annie Christitz, whose unflagging work for her people is so well known in this country, has told us how the Austro-Hungarians started paying out relief money to the families of state officials. They advertised their generosity on a large scale, but the amounts were very small, and many women were too proud to accept this dole from the enemy. They preferred to do any kind of work offered by the municipality of Belgrade. Thus one saw women in furs or smart clothes, the remnants of former days, trundling wheelbarrows of stone for road repairs or carrying heavy loads. Delicately nurtured girls could be seen working at the slaughterhouse among the entrails and offal for 12 hours on end. The wife of a professor scrubbed office floors for many months before her husband at the front could send her any money. Street sweeping was a common occupation for women of all classes. "We rescued the gallant Serbian army," said the Italians in the course of a long and rhetorical placard which in 1919 they pasted up throughout Riga and the Adriatic lands they occupied, and which was not more convincing than the caravan of Dalmatian mayors whom, after the war, they very proudly exhibited in Paris, a suave official from the embassy acting as the showman. The Italian authorities had taken in hand the election of these mayors, save Signor Ziliato of Zadar, who was elected by his fellow townsmen. When the wretched Serbs, who found themselves staggering through central Albania, among them large numbers of boys so young that they would not have been called up until 1919, when they hoped to reach the Adriatic at Valona, they were told that this route was barred to them. Having eluded the Austrians, the Germans, and the Bulgars, they were left by the Italians to die of starvation and fatigue. It may well have seemed to them, as to Bedros Turian, the Armenian poet, that
all the world is but God's mockery.
When King Peter, worn out by the journey and his ailments, reached Valona by way of Durazzo, he was ordered by the commandant of that place to depart with his suite, which consisted of 4 persons, within 24 hours. In the middle of December, a French relief mission arrived on the Albanian coast. General de Mondesir reached Scutari, and a large British mission under General Taylor landed at Durazzo. These did what was possible to save the remnants of the Serbian army. But after a short time, a fresh series of obstacles arose. The King of Montenegro, very loyal to the Austrians, facilitated their advance across his country. Thus it was impracticable for the Serbs to concentrate and to embark from those few wooden huts which are called, in Italian, San Giovanni di Medua. Between the bare cliffs and the sea, the miserable men and boys and women were compelled to plod towards the south. 150,000 survivors were eventually carried by the Allies to Corfu.
The shadow over Montenegro. These had been busy days for Nikita and his sons. A royal order was issued to the Montenegrin military and police authorities, commanding them to prevent the population from giving or selling any provisions to the Serbian army. "Nie Boga mi, Svetoga mi Vasilija nie. Goodness gracious, no, and by Saint Basil, no," was the phrase which greeted the Serbs, and when they remonstrated with the Montenegrins for demanding 11 Serbian dinars in silver for 10 Montenegrin purpers, the exchange was at par, but the people were acting under orders. "If I had 10 sons, I would give them to King Peter," was the usual reply. But money is money. Yet the Austrians were not as grateful as they might have been. Nikita was intending, after the annihilation of the Serbs, to conclude a separate peace with Austria and to rule as an Austrian satrap over an enlarged territory. But they ignored his aspirations. They did not take into account that he had been so kind to them at Lovćen and elsewhere. They swarmed over his country. This time he was not play-acting when he showed his indignation, and the deceived deceiver was forced to fly. On January 10th, Lovćen had fallen. A characteristic telegram. "Kuća mi gori, kući mi trebaju." "My house is burning, I want the kući," was sent by Nikita to his best fighting men, the Kući, whom he had left in reserve at Danilovgrad. When General Gainitz received this, he marched all night with his brigade and reached Centenia in the morning. Nikita met them and announced that, after all, he did not require them. He would conquer without them. And Lovćen fell. The Adriatic Gibraltar, which rises gaunt and sheer to some 6,000 feet, was entrusted by Nikita to his youngest son, Prince Peter, a young man of marvelous vanity. He used to deny, after the surrender of Lovćen, that he had consorted at Budva with Lieutenant Colonel Hapka, the former military attaché at Centenia, whom the Austrians brought specially from the Italian front for this purpose. The well-known patriot, Dr. Maciado of Zadar, whom happened to be confined during the summer of 1915 by the Austrians in the fortress of Gorazda, which lies above Kotor, read in the telephone book certain messages from Prince Peter asking for an interview with Hubka. These messages were carried by a patrol to the lines and thence telephoned to Gorazda. When the prince at last acknowledged that he had been meeting Hubka, which he naturally had done at his father's command, he stated that it was with the object of preventing the bombardment of open towns by Austrian aeroplanes. Between him and Hubka the arrangements were made. Many of the Austrians exchanged their military boots for the Serbian national sandals, so that they could more easily scale the rocks. and Peter sent verbal orders to his 2 outlying brigadiers that they must not resist. General Pejanovich demanded, however, that this should be put in writing, and the document is extant. 13 Austrians lie buried in a little graveyard on the slopes of Lovćen, mostly men who missed their footing. And this was the price that Austria paid for the tremendous mountain that she had coveted for years. She had been willing more than once to let the Montenegrins, in exchange for it, have Scutari. The great picture of the storming of Lovćen, which Gabriel Jurkits, the Sarajevo artist, was commissioned by the Austrians to paint, was never painted. And when Nikita motored out from Centenia to meet the men who were retiring from Lovćen, he had the hardihood to rebuke them as traitors. "It is not we who are traitors," shouted a colonel. "It is you and your sons." "Oh, that I must hear such words," groaned the king. "I want to die." But he did not die. On the contrary, he went to Paris. His eldest son had announced early in the campaign that he was unwell, and he had gone to France by way of Athens. There he was very accurately told by Constantine in which month Mackensen and the Bulgars would descend upon Serbia. When the prince arrived at Nice, he mentioned this to his friend, Jovo Popovits, the former Montenegrin minister at Constantinople, and Radovits. They advised him to inform the Entente in order to rehabilitate himself. But when he telephoned to his father, the reply was, "Be quiet." Prince Danilo has never denied the allegations that while he was at Nice, Signor Carminati, the Montenegrin consul general in Milan, conducted negotiations on his behalf at Lugano with a certain Herr Bernsdorf of the Deutsche Bank, with a view to a separate peace by Montenegro. The amount of the financial consideration is not known, and the businesslike prince, realizing that it would be impossible for him to return to his native land, secured himself against the future by selling, through a couple of confidential agents, his real estate to the Austrians. He likewise disposed of a good deal of forest which is alleged to have belonged not to him, but to the state. And when his father heard of the resulting sum of 100 million francs, he was exceedingly annoyed that this robbery and trafficking with the enemy during the war had only replenished Danilo's and not his own exchequer. When his political opponents heard of these transactions, he denied over and over again that they had taken place. But we have his autograph letter on the subject to Danilo. Before the king left Montenegro, he found another opportunity for a grandiose attitude. He appeared at Podgorica, where he made an eloquent speech exhorting his people to march on the morrow against the hated Austrians and assuring them that their old king would fire the first shot, whereas he decamped in the night for Scutari, which is in the opposite direction. He and the queen, Prince Peter, and Milošević, the premier, fled the country, while Prince Mirko, the remainder of the cabinet, the National Assembly, and above all, the army, had instructions to remain behind. How much easier it would have been for his army than for the Serbs to reach Corfu. But this terrible old man delivered 50,000 of the best Yugoslav soldiers to the enemy. On January 21, he sailed away. I do not know if anybody sang the national anthem. O Namo Namo, yonder, yonder, which in his youth Nikita had himself composed. And a few years later, when the gallant Montenegrins could again lift up their voices and sing O Namo, how many of them thought of him who was skulking and, of course, intriguing yonder in France? We have alluded to the treatment which, in their distress, the Serbs received from their Italian allies. But in Albania, the Italian army did render a certain amount of assistance. Every day at 11 o'clock, the Austrian aeroplanes would reach Durazzo, and the Italian soldiers, sentries and all, would rush helter-skelter from the plentiful food to which they were just sitting down. The Serbs, many of them, after the privations, looking like gray ghosts, were always in the neighborhood of the Italian barracks. Very glad they were to see those aeroplanes which permitted them to enter in and enjoy a bounteous meal. When the senior Italian officer complained to his Serbian colleague, "Surely," said the latter, "you have a sentry at the door. He can prevent anyone from going in." At some distance inland, a Serbian major, a friend of mine, was resting on the side of the road. He had eaten nothing for 4 days. A spick and span Italian lieutenant of gendarmerie paused in front of him and was clearly interested. The major wondered whether he would have some food about him, but the lieutenant did not even offer him a cigarette. "Pardon me," he said with a friendly smile, "but will you allow me to take a photograph?" Large numbers of mules were brought over by the Italians, and apparently it gave them pleasure to cut their throats. The officers purchased many Serbian horses. Their owners were too destitute to bargain. But in fairness, it must be said that some Italian ships worked with the French and British vessels in conveying the Serbs, soldiers and civilians, from the coast of Albania. As for the Montenegrin king, he had attempted before his departure to put the whole blame on the shoulders of Colonel Pesic. He sent in order to make more certain the success of the Austrian army a telegraphic command to the voivode Djiro Petrovich, the chief of the Herzegovinian detachment, in which he required him to destroy his cannons and machine guns and then, although the enemy was exerting no pressure upon him, to withdraw towards Nikšić. This order was issued in the name of Colonel Pesic, the signature being forged. In fact, Nikita thought his Serbian chief of staff was quite a useful personage. But there exists a letter in which the colonel wrote that, in order to avoid capitulation, a supreme effort would be necessary at certain positions which he indicated, and anyhow, the army should be withdrawn to Scutari and the defense of the town organized. Scutari, by the way, was the scene of another of Nikita's exploits. He caused the Bank of Montenegro to send money to the Austrian consul there, the cash being delivered by Martinovic, the Montenegrin consul. It was used to incite the Albanians to take military action against the Serbs between Prizren and Jakovica. When this affair was exposed, all the Montenegrins knew by what traitors they were governed. The fall of Montenegro had been brought about more swiftly by the Austrian submarines, which in the Gulf of San Giovanni di Medua torpedoed practically every ship that carried food or munitions, while other boats were not molested. An investigation showed that the shipping news had been telegraphed to Prince Peter, and he, in turn, handed it on to the Austrians. The prince's egregious parent wanted to be in a position to say that, owing to the lack of food and munitions, he had been compelled to surrender. One of his final acts was to summon the scoop Shatina, as he did not wish to be saddled with the responsibility of making peace. At a secret sitting on December 11, 1915, when the retreating Serbs were in San Giovanni, Scutari, and Podgorica, the government declared that they had no resources, that the Entente could not assist them, and they would wage war for so long as they had the means. In other words, that the war would cease. It was continued, however, by the Montenegrin troops between Kološin and Bijelopolje, who, even after the fall of Lovćen on January 10 and the flowing of the Austrian army towards Scutari, were ordered to make a counteroffensive, during which they had over 1,500 dead and wounded. The reason for this was that Nikita wished to prevent his army from escaping to Scutari. He was afraid lest, if they escaped with the Serbs, they would dethrone him forthwith. Afterwards, he gave an explanation that he had ordered the chief of staff, Janko Jukic, to rescue the army, which order he alleged he had wirelessed from Brindisi. Vukitic, together with Prince Mirko and the ministers who stayed behind, declared in the Pester Lloyd that Nikita was lying. They added that he could have sent no wireless from Brindisi because there was at that time no receiving station in Montenegro. the French one at Podgorica having been destroyed at the order of the British minister, Count de Salis, the doyen of the diplomatic corps. The king, by the way, had endeavored for some time to rid himself of the diplomats who were inconvenient witnesses of what was in progress. On December 31, a telegram was sent by the ministers of France, Great Britain, Italy, and Russia, in which they said that, "Apparently our presence is displeasing to the king, and he is trying to disengage himself from us. He has begged us on several occasions to depart, and last night he insisted, with the asseveration that in 48 hours it would be too late. We suspect that His Majesty is playing a very ambiguous game." And on January 9th, the French minister telegraphed, among other things, that "My Russian and English colleagues are of opinion that the king is merely performing a comedy with us, and that this comedy will end in a tragedy for the belligerents." Nikita, on his arrival in France, proposed to settle down at Lyons, but the French authorities did not care for him to be so close to Switzerland, which was one of his intriguing centers. So they placed at his disposal a chateau near Bordeaux, and it was not until he had made repeated requests that they permitted him to come to Neuilly, a suburb of Paris. He replaced Mushkevich as premier by Radovich, the former victim of the bomb trial, hoping by this move towards the left to silence his critics. But in August 1916, Radovich presented a memorandum in favor of the formal union between Montenegro and Serbia under King Peter's son and King Nicholas's grandson, Prince Alexander. The Montenegrin monarch was enraged at this, and after Radovich had resigned, one after another all the Montenegrins of any standing withdrew from Nikita, who was openly working against the Serbs. He and the Princess Xenia conducted all the government business, though he distributed among his tiny clique of adherents various empty titles. An aged friend of his, Eugene Popovitz, a native of Trieste and a naturalized Italian, was made premier to give pleasure to Italy. A more active person was the Minister of War, Hajdukovic, a former shipping contractor in Constantinople, where a long time ago he had been one of those young Montenegrins who, to the number of 20, the Sultan used to educate, a process which, in the case of idle boys, was not very irksome. During the Great War, Hajdukovic was invited by the Allies to quit Salonika, as they had certain suspicions against him. He had also, on behalf of his king, urged the Montenegrin volunteers, who had managed to get to Salonika, not to allow themselves to be commanded by Serbian or French officers, but to demand Montenegrin officers, of whom there was no adequate supply. These men had ultimately to be sent to Corsica, and kept there till the end of the war. What Hajdukovic performed at Salonika, another royal agent, one Vukovic, a bootmaker, attempted at Marseille, where he continually went on board the vessels that were bringing Montenegrins, and, to a smaller extent, other Yugoslavs from the United States and South America to the Salonika front. These traveled men were less easily influenced than those who obeyed Hajdukovic, but 300 to 400 did refuse to proceed. They were installed in a factory at Orange, where the Montenegrin government fed them and paid them. Now and then they were encouraged by being told that if they had gone to the front, the Serbian officers would have flogged them. And so the little court at Neuilly occupied the years with many a congenial intrigue. Feelers were stretched out to this country, where an English edition of Radovic's Montenegrin Bulletin, the pro-Yugoslav organ, was being published by my friend Vasily Biritz, to the furious indignation of the busybodies who supported the king of the Italian embassy. From these two sources and from Neuilly, the Foreign Office was bombarded with protests, begging it in the name of justice, etc., to put a stop to this dire scandal. One day, a charming Foreign Office clerk, an acquaintance of mine, had Biritz to lunch at the Royal Automobile Club. In the course of the meal, he suggested that, as Biritz was not looking well, they too should have a little holiday in France.
Beard said he would be very glad to go with him, but he thought it would be nice to stay in England. The charming official held out for the continent, and with such obstinacy that Buritz at last put his hand upon his arm and invited him to promise that they would both of them come back to England. Thereupon the host acknowledged that a perfect flood of letters had been pouring on the Foreign Office with respect to the Montenegrin bulletin, and they were weary of receiving them. Sometimes the newly court was plunged in gloom, as when old Tomo Uraovat's little book appeared with 75 awkward questions to Nikita. For 3 days the king shut himself up in his room trying to decide as to whether he should issue an answer. He decided to do nothing. Now and then a French review or newspaper referred to him. "The official courtesies extended by the French government to Nicholas I and his family should not deceive the public," said the eminent publicist Monsieur Gouvain in the Revue de Paris, March 1917. M. Gouvain showed that the Petrovic dynasty constituted the sole obstacle to a union of Montenegro with Serbia and the rest of the Yugoslav lands. As Nikita drove past the office of the Revue de Paris, he may have been thinking rather wistfully of that brave afternoon at Nikšić. Sometimes the old man was worried by his sons. Peter, for example, who had been the spoiled child and who had been given posts for which he was unfitted, now discovered in himself, during the autumn of 1918, a great desire to obtain a certain Madame Violet Burnett, the legal wife of Monsieur Burnett, who was in Nikita's service. The ardent lover, regardless of the ancient Montenegrin custom which inflicted stoning on the guilty married woman, while the husband sometimes cut her nose off, wrote to his parents asking them to arrange the matter. And when the ex-king raised objections, Peter blackmailed him by threatening to divulge to the world at large all the unsavory details connected with Lovchen. "My dear son," wrote Nikita in November 1918, "you write again asking me to send an emissary to represent myself and your mother in suing for the hand of the woman of your choice. Failing this, you say you will make a scandal whereby the honor of both of us and of the whole family will suffer. But to obviate this unpleasant possibility, we may see our way to agree to your wish, but under the following conditions." Footnote regarding the phrase which greeted the Serbs, "Nie Boga mi, svetoga mi veseljenja." In contrast with this attitude that was adopted at Nikita's command, one must mention the transactions of the Podgorica merchant, M. Buritz, and his partners, who sold 150,000 kilos of grain to the retreating army at cost price, that is, at 1 dinar per kilo when they could have obtained 5. 2 million kilos of hay they sold at 8 paras per kilo instead of at 50 or more. There were at this time only 20 tons of flour in all Montenegro. Undoubtedly, the refusal of Beric and his friends to profit from the distress of their brother Serbs was much more typical of the Montenegrins than the conduct which Nikita drew forth from the weak side of their character. End of footnote. End of section 19. Read by Keith Marohn. Section 20 of The Birth of Yugoslavia, Volume 1 by Henry Baerlein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, The European War, Part 4. The Broken Serbs at Corfu. Meanwhile, the Serbs had, ever since the early days of 1916 when they began arriving in Corfu, been hard at work upon their army. Thousands landed at Corfu in such a state that only with continual care, with warmth and nourishing food, could they be rescued. But on the little island of Vito where they were deposited, the tents were few, the beds were fewer, wood was lacking so that fires could not be made, and thousands died where they sank down amid the olive groves and orange trees. The doctors nursed as many as they could in that one empty building. but for very long. About 100 corpses were each day piled in a little boat and taken out to sea. Usually, they had died of pure exhaustion. Out of the 16,000 boys who had scrambled along with the army as far as Durazzo, about 2,000 died on the sea, and another 7,000 on the island of Vito. At Corfu, the Serbs, with the other Yugoslavs, had also to set about securing the foundations of their state that was to be. The Russians, at the time of the negotiations which ended in the Treaty of London, had been looking forward to an Orthodox state, a Greater Serbia, bounded by the river Narjenta. This, if it had been carried out, would have jettisoned, and probably forever, the Croats and Slovenes. That was the incredibly stupid old Russian policy of identifying Slav patriotism with the Orthodox Church, a policy held up to ridicule by Strossmayer. It was the Yugoslav Committee, working chiefly in London, assisted by English friends, working there and at Corfu, which caused the Serbs, the Croats, and Slovenes to publish on July 20, 1917, the historic Corfu Declaration, which laid it down that the nation of the three names was resolved to free itself from every foreign yoke and to become a constitutional, democratic, and parliamentary monarchy under the Karađorđević dynasty. It is said that those two excellent friends of the Southern Slavs, the brilliant Mr. Wickham Steed and Dr. Seton Watson, than whom no publicist is more conscientious, had to face a determined opposition on the part of M. Passage before it was agreed that the Roman Catholic religion should, in the prospective state, have equal rights with the Orthodox. One would be disposed to criticize the Serbian premier on account of a narrow policy dictated by his excessive wish for self-preservation. He saw very well that these clauses of equality might undermine the long reign of the radicals. But it must be acknowledged that if the Southern Slavs had limited themselves to a Greater Serbia, in which the radical party had been supreme, they would not have wasted so much of their energy after the war in domestic political conflict. They would also very probably have gained more favorable terms from the Entente, and the union with the Croats and Slovenes might have been effected later. But against this is the opinion of those who argue that the separation would have become permanent. However, if the union of the Southern Slavs could not be postponed, we may believe that it would have been wise to call the new country, for a couple of years, Greater Serbia. No doubt the logical Italians would have pointed out to the rest of the Entente that their bugbears, the Croats and the Slovenes, were included in this state. But the Allies as a whole would have been more inclined to be indulgent towards a country whose name they honored than towards the same country whose various newfangled designations, Kingdom of the Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, or Yugoslavia, or SHS, they found so puzzling. The Transylvanians, who, one supposes, will play the chief role in Greater Romania, have, as yet, much to the profit of all the Romanians, permitted the retention of that name. This course was not adopted by the Southern Slavs, and Paschitz, giving way to Messrs. Steed and Seton Watson, appointed M. Jovanović to London with the object of working on the lines of the Declaration of Corfu. The Southern Slavs in the United States. The building of the new state and its army was also being undertaken with great fervor in America, New Zealand, and Australia. North America contained about 100,000 Orthodox Serbs, 200,000 Catholic Slovenes, and 400,000 Catholic Croats. South America had some 50,000 Yugoslavs, chiefly Catholic Dalmatians, while the 8,000 to 10,000 in Australasia were mostly of that origin. Two kinds of Southern Slav newspapers were being printed in North America, namely those which the Austrian ambassador supported and those which were national. The chief argument of the former species was the Treaty of London, which, as the editors pointed out, gave up a large part of Dalmatia to the Italians. Two of these editors, by the way, were imprisoned for other reasons by the authorities. They had constantly threatened the terrible punishment that Austria would inflict on those who had worked against the fatherland. Many of the southern Slavs, like the Romanians, Czechs, Ruthenians, and Magyars, were employed in munition factories, and the Austrian embassy, in concert with the German, hoped to see them on the land. After a time, the Yugoslavs took an office in Washington and attacked this propaganda, their example being followed by the Czechs and the Poles. When the United States entered the war, these Austrophile papers no longer wrote in favor of Austria, but confined themselves to animadversions against the Serbian leaders, suggesting likewise that Croatia and Slovenia should be independent. The patriotic Yugoslav papers, 3 dailies in New York, 3 in Chicago, and over 20 weekly organs, were not subsidized by the Yugoslav Committee in London or by the government in Corfu, and some of the editors did not display a very prosperous appearance. But the poor Yugoslav workers contributed $20 million to the first 3 Liberty loans, and when the National Council at Pittsburgh in November 1916 united the different charitable, gymnastic, and political associations, a call was made for volunteers. Between 25,000 and 30,000 men joined the United States Army. A good many joined the Canadian contingents, and about 10,000 sailed for Salonika. The Yugoslavs in South America were in different circumstances. The Dalmatian temperament being nearer to the Spanish, they found it easier to make their way. Besides which, those who went to South America were, on the average, more advanced than those who preferred the north. In Chile, the Argentine, and Bolivia, the Yugoslavs are often very prosperous merchants and ship owners. They organized the Yugoslav National Defense and found all the funds for the Yugoslav organization in London. From New Zealand, where there is a Yugoslav paper called Zora, the Dawn, about 300 volunteers sailed to the Dardanelles, and others, when the Salonika base was established, joined their compatriots in that port. Cash and the Montenegrin royal family. While the distant Yugoslavs were in one way or another helping the cause, that family of criminals which reigned in Montenegro did not shrink from malversation of the funds of the Red Cross. A young Croat, Mr. Milicevic, who, before the war, became a naturalized Montenegrin and in newly served as Minister of Justice, has related how the government continually borrowed, and did not repay, large sums of Red Cross money, and that if new clothes came from England for the refugees, they would, in Paris, be replaced quite often for much older ones. How did the people fare? After the country had been occupied by the Austrians, most of the Allies consented that it should be revictualled on the same lines as Belgium. Even Austria offered no objections. One state only and one man were hostile to the scheme, and that man actually the King of Montenegro.
A poor and starving people, he argued, is the most subservient. My interests will suffer if commodities are given to the Montenegrins. Let them wait, and when the moment comes for my return, I will go back with large supplies and be most popular. Even when his ministers had realized that there must be no more delay in asking for the King of Spain's good offices, since the Italians, presumably in concert with Nikita, fought against the plan, and when the letter to the King of Spain was drafted, it produced another one from Nikita to his ministers, written by Nikita, but signed by his aide-de-camp. The king, he said, considers that the letter to the King of Spain should stand over, so long as one cannot be sure that Italy will permit the transit of foodstuffs destined for the people.
He desired no mediation between himself and the Italians, Perhaps the most audacious act of spoliation was the sale of the state stores at Gallipoli, just when the Allied offensive on the Salonika front was leading to the collapse of the enemy. Instead of forwarding the 25,000 greatcoats, the 20,000 kilos of leather, and great quantities of material, medical, and other stores to Montenegro, and rendering first aid to the liberated population, the managers of the royal treasury deemed it wiser to transfer the value of all these stores into their own pockets, disposing of more than 2.5 million francs worth of goods to trusted figureheads for a few 100,000 Italian lire. Fortunately, the French naval authorities put a stop to this brigandage, and the honest guardians of the people only succeeded in diverting a few hundred of thousands. You may suppose that there is no excuse for conduct of this kind, but the royal family could say, "Behold, the people do not want our gifts." The Montenegrins, for example, who were interned at Karlstein in Austria, where they were not overfed, sent a telegram on November 27, 1916, to ask at whose initiative the Red Cross parcels had been sent to them. This was, in German, the prepaid reply. Montenegrin Committee President, Professor Pugnett, supported by the Red Cross. Signed, the Bakery. As Pugnett was Danilo's professor, all the interned, except 6 or 7, declined the parcels. Among the half-dozen were some relatives of Nikita, and some who explained that, "We take the traitor's bread, for otherwise we should die. And after all, it is the Entente which sends it. How unfortunate for us that they regard Nikita as our king." After the armistice, Nicky and his adherents complained bitterly that Podgorica Assembly, which deposed him, was convened before these internees had come back from Austria. Although the funds of the Montenegrin Red Cross were, as we have seen, not devoted to the needs of many of the Montenegrins, yet the royal family were very energetic in collecting cash. They caused a letter to be written to the French Red Cross, which had collected 2 millions for the Serbs, and in the letter they asked for a part of the 2 millions. A diplomatic answer was received. "You are only working," it said, "for Montenegro, whereas we are for all the Yugoslavs." This lack of success in financial matters was a new experience for the royal house. When Russia sent the Montenegrin officers their pay during the war, an arrangement was made for it to come via Serbia in Serbian dinars. The King of Montenegro kept the dinars and paid his officers in paper money. Later on, he sold such enormous quantities of dinars on the Paris bourse that the Serbian minister, Mr. Viesnich, had to protest. One remembers the haste with which Nikita left his country. Both his people and his army he forgot, but not his gold. And for 2 years in France he struggled to get his own hands this bullion which belonged to the state. Apparently he did at last receive it when he was at Pau in 1918. He was granted for the expenses of his court a monthly allowance of 100,000 francs by Great Britain, the same by France, and 300,000 by Italy, which later was not registered in the books. It would be interesting to know how much of this money was used for objects that Great Britain and France would never have countenanced. Virulent anti-Serbian newspapers were published in Switzerland. The Srpski List, the Naša Borba, and the Nova Serbia. The tone of these papers was so pleasing to the Austrians that they bought up large numbers and distributed them throughout the southern Slav lands they were occupying. We are therefore not astonished that the British subsidy came to an end in the course of 1917, to be resumed, however, in 1918 and finally stopped in June 1919, much to the indignation of Nikita and his partisans, who pointed out that it had been decided in Paris in the beginning of the war that the little nations participating in it should be helped pecuniarily. France stopped her payment 4 months after England and said, in answer to the Montenegrin note, that if Great Britain resumed payment, they would follow her example. Paschitz asked that the subsidies should be discontinued, thus reducing
this little country to such a state of despair,
said Mr. Ronald McNeill in the House of Commons in November 1919.
and to strip it so naked before the world that it will be compelled, having no other course to take, to accept union with Serbia as the only way out of hopeless misery and bankruptcy.
It is possible that Mr. McNeill is referring to some subsidy other than that given to Nikita, but I have my doubts. In the same speech, he alluded to American relief work in Montenegro, saying that 70% of it was consumed by Serbian troops and the rest sold to profiteers. He confused the American Red Cross, which maintained 4 hospitals and distributed vast quantities of clothing and food among the inhabitants of Montenegro, and those American supplies which the Yugoslav government purchased, mainly for the troops. But Mr. McNeill, MP, is very angry with the Serbs for spreading, as he says, reports discreditable to the King of Montenegro. If he knew a little more, I think he would say a good deal less. And Nikita must have deprecated the remark that no facilities at all had been given by the great powers to enable him and his ministers to return to Montenegro. If every Serbian soldier were to be withdrawn, the country would, with a tremendous majority, have been adverse to the ex-king and his family. This was recognized by Danilo when his father suggested that he should go out in the autumn of 1918. On December 5th, he replied from Cape Martin, saying that the appendicitis from which he had suffered since the war prevented him from going into the garden. Mr. McNeill and a few similar enthusiasts are not weary of repeating that the Serbs and the Montenegrins are quite distinct peoples. This, no doubt, is Mr. McNeill's opinion, and if he wishes to retain it, he is welcome to do so. But I should like to refer his audiences in the House of Commons and elsewhere to the Patriarch Berkic of Pech, who wrote in the 18th century concerning some of the Turkish provinces. No one would pretend that Berkic was profoundly versed in philology or in ethnography, and I believe he studied the Slav languages not any more than does Mr. McNeill. He was a Montenegrin whose education had been that of an ordinary pupil in a monastery. He spoke the southern dialect, and in his eyes, all those who had another accent were not veritable Serbs. Even in our time, there are many Montenegrins whom it is quite difficult to convince that they are not the only true Serbs. The burden of Austria's southern Slav troops. Meanwhile, Austria's Yugoslav soldiers and sailors had been continuing their patriotic work. On February 2, 1918, a telegram was sent to the Army High Command at Baden, near Vienna. This message is numbered 974. It concerns itself with the Austrian Navy, in whose ranks Skarkatich perceives agitation. The rest of the message chiefly consists of the drastic remedies which the writer would apply. There follows a document numbered 106116, and dated May 5, 1918, in which the dissatisfaction of Slovene troops is described. Not only have anti-dynastic ones been raised, but a NCO has torn off his 2 Austrian decorations and has stamped on them, while troops have worn their national colors in their caps, though this is only authorized when they are marching to a battlefield. In a notice on the subject of Southern Slav and Italian propaganda in Dalmatia, the military command at Mostar denounces the Southern Slavs, officers, and men. Imperial and Royal Army, Higher Command, Chief of General Staff, Op. No. 109942, Baden, August 5, 1918. After discussing various manifestations of disloyalty, the writer says that he has observed how there is a kind of link between the Slav officers educated at the academy and their men. He finds that Spalato is particularly given to these Southern Slav ideas, which he believes is to be accounted for from the fact that Dr. Trumbic, the celebrated agitator, is mayor and deputy of that town. So much for the complaints with regard to Austria-Hungary's Southern Slav soldiers. 2 military courts of justice sat at Zagreb through the war, the Imperial and Royal Court, and that of the Royal Hungarian No. 6, Croatian-Slovenian, Honved Division. No statistics are to hand with reference to the various courts in Sirmia, and that one which earned such an evil reputation in the fortress of Peter Varden. The judgments of the 2 Zagreb courts, where Croat officers were able to make their influence felt, did not appear to the authorities of Vienna and Budapest to be sufficiently drastic. No death sentences were pronounced, although these had been demanded, and on June 24, 1918, it was decided that any further trials for high treason for the offenses against the military authorities should be held in Pressburg and not in Zagreb. The following statistics relating to the 2 Zagreb courts were compiled from the official books which the Austrians did not remove. The figures shown opposite, which are certified by Captain Stozier, Provost Marshal, show the increasing determination to risk everything rather than to fight for Austria. It may be of interest to give some details of one of the regiments whose composition was chiefly Slav. My informant, Dr. Ivo Yelovich, served as telephone officer on the staff of the 37th Dalmatian Regiment. At different times, at the fall of Gorica in December 1916 at San Marco and in June 1917 at Tolmian, 3 battalions went over to the enemy. 170 officers, of whom 169 were reserve officers, gave themselves up during the war. Some of them were Serbs, most were Croats. With respect to the fall of Gorica, this was not, despite the clamor that they made about it, due to the Italians, but to 2 officers, Tolja and Salvi, who took over with them all the plans of the underground forts and maps made to the scale of 1 step to a millimeter. Among the accomplishments which the officers of this regiment taught their men was how to surrender to the foe. Efforts were made to bring about a different state of things. German and Magyar regiments were placed behind it with machine guns. The regiment itself was filled up with Magyars. On some occasions, the 37th desisted from going over in order not to bring persecution upon their homes. In 1914, opposite the Montenegrins at Gorazda, all the plans were worked out, but at the last moment, Dr. Count Goji of Dubrovnik said he had just thought of what would happen to their families, and they refrained. After the battalion had gone over in 1916, General Seidler told them he would do his best to have the regiment dissolved and the men divided among other regiments, but that not all the officers would go. This was an ominous hint that he intended to decimate them, after the fashion of Field Marshal Lipishchek. A fortnight later, in the presence of Field Marshal Boroyevich, General Worm, and General Seidler, they were highly praised. And when they, in company with the Magyar regiment, took Hill No. 166, it was announced that this had been achieved by the Fame-Covered Regiment, which was done to throw dust in the eyes of the Italians in the Entente. Various other methods were used to escape service at the front. A Slav doctor, whose hospital at Konica could hold 400 patients, used to have 4,000 to 5,000 on the books. Those whom he was unable to keep, he gave convalescent leave. In this way, he saved a great many of the Dalmatian intelligentsia. He and another Dalmatian doctor would send the men backwards and forwards, now to one hospital, now to another. One ordinary method for avoiding the front was to bribe the company commander and the NCO who made out the lists. Yet sometimes there was no help for it. When, for instance, in September 1914 they were at Banja Luka, the enemy advanced to Pale, very near Sarajevo. My informant has a vivid recollection of the way in which a Viennese captain, the leader of the contingent, trembled. In a Bosnian valley they met a woman with 5 small children, one of whom was at her breast. The captain told my acquaintance, who was then a NCO, to stay behind with some men and shoot her, but not to let him hear anything. He said the general at Sarajevo had commanded that everything Serb that goes on 2 legs must be cut down. Yilovich refused to carry out this order, whereupon the captain told Dr. Gozi, whom he greatly disliked, that he must do it. Gozi stayed behind, fired a few shots in the air, and informed the captain that everything was over. What the Austrian command really thought of the 37th Regiment and of others may be seen from a report dated December 2, 1916, and signed by the Archduke Frederick.
Certain events that have occurred can be explained only as the consequence of the weak attitude of the authorities towards the traitorous propaganda. On July 21st, 5 soldiers of the 23rd Regiment deserted near Poger and gave Italian command important information regarding movement of troops in the course of the fighting near Gorica. Quite recently, a lieutenant, 2 reserve officers, 2 NCOs, and 2 soldiers deserted from the 37th Regiment, as did 3 soldiers from the 23rd Regiment. Since April, 244 desertions have taken place from the 2 regiments. Inquiry shows that these desertions occur regularly and immediately after the return of the soldiers from leave. Unless effective countermeasures are adopted, it will be impossible to utilize these Dalmatian regiments.
It was not always an easy operation to surrender, even after one had reached the Italian lines. A friend of mine went over with another officer and 8 men. In the first-line trenches they could see no one and felt uncertain what to do. However, they proceeded, and from the second-line trench their whispered calls were answered. They were made to pass in single file, holding up their hands and with all the available weapons held in readiness against them. My friend, at his request, was conducted to the colonel, and the first thing that he did was to make a formal complaint against the way in which the army, of which he considered himself an ally, manned its front-line trenches. The Yugoslavs who managed to escape to Russia volunteered for service. After being organized by General Zivkovic at Odessa, formed the 2 divisions which, as is well known, did remarkable work in the Dobrudja. One only has to hear what the Bulgars say about them. In the battles round Constanza during the campaign of 1916, one of these divisions was so frequently engaged in the most arduous positions and had such enormous losses that it was regarded as having been wiped out. When the Romanian troops retreated, these Yugoslavs found themselves encircled by the Bulgarian and German armies. They hacked a way out with their bayonets. The higher officers had come from Serbia. The rest of them had previously been enrolled in Austria's army. 32 officers out of 500 were killed, while 300 were wounded. And of the 42,000 men, 1,939 were killed, and more than 8,000 were wounded. Nevertheless, the morale remained excellent, and there was no lack of new volunteers. Verily, as the Serbian proverb says, it does not snow to kill the beasts, but in order that they may leave their traces.
The Faithful Italians. Now let us see what Austria's Italian subjects achieved in the war, basing ourselves less upon the post-war declarations of some Istrian, Trentino, and Dalmatian Italians than upon the official Austrian reports that were sent about these gentlemen to the government during the war. For example, Imperial and Royal Army Supreme Command, number 3903, Dalmatia, treatment of the Croatian and Italian factors. To the Imperial and Royal Minister of the Interior, Vienna, Keenan, June 25, 1915. I permit myself to notify. Herein the Statthalter, Graf Adams, praises his government for not having favored one party more than another at Zadar. He proceeds to testify to the admirable conduct of Dr. Ziliato, the well-known mayor who subsequently toiled with such zeal for Italy. He says that under this gentleman, Zader was a very model of a place, never allowing an occasion to pass by which it was possible to show that, in grief or in gladness, the sentiments of the glorious house of Habsburgs were its own. Thus, on the all-highest birthday of the emperor did the doctor and his townsfolk revel in loyalty, while at the outbreak of the Great War they accompanied the departing troops to the quay and provided patriotic music and refreshments. This worthy conduct was not in the least modified, says the Statthalter, when Italy entered the war. Further on in this book there are similar good conduct testimonials from Split, where the chief Italian used to wander down with an Austrian official to the harbor and there witness the embarkation in chains of the Yugoslav intelligentsia who were being taken as hostages. Hundreds and hundreds of Yugoslavs were shot, hanged, imprisoned. We know the numbers, not difficult to count, of the Italians in Dalmatia who suffered in any way. We know the equally minute numbers who escaped to Italy and enrolled themselves in the Italian army. As for the population of the Italian irredentist provinces, one may read in the Secolo of August 11, 1916, how it became generally known that, with the exception of Serviano and Monfalcone, all our soldiers have been received on the other side of the old frontier with demonstrations quite the reverse of enthusiastic on the part of the agrarian population. The surprise and disillusion of our troops were very great, for they expected from our unredeemed brothers, who all speak our language, a joyous reception. This frigidity may, however, have been due to the influence of Austrian priests and gendarmes. What are we to say, though, when we come to the more enlightened classes? The Italians in Austria were represented by 12 deputies who were devoted to the Austrian government and hostile to Italy, and by 6 national liberals and 1 socialist who were animated with pro-Italian sentiments. In electing such deputies, however, the peasants may not have simply allowed the priests and the gendarmes to command them. It is also possible that they were moved by the fear that the Trentino would economically be ruined if it were to become Italian and had to compete with the agricultural products of the kingdom. As a matter of fact, it was the Trentino intelligentsia which looked forward to annexation, and not as a class the peasants. And during the war, Italian deputies of various parties overflowed with loyal Austrian sentiments. Unlike the Yugoslav deputies who refused in a body to vote the budget and the war credits, the Italian deputies never even ventured on a national pronouncement. Pittoni, chief of the Italian socialists at Trieste, Feuduti, who was born in Italy, and Bugato, the chiefs of the Italian Catholic party of Gradiška, uttered not a few words of hate against the Madre Patria. The Italians praise always, and with excellent reason, their 3 heroes, Battisti, Rismondo, and Suoro. But the Yugoslavs, in the course of the late war, lost in the unredeemed provinces so many hundreds of thousands who were hanged in Bosnia, who were dragged away, centurions and infants, to the prison camps, were spat upon and stoned and treated in the most barbaric fashion, that they look upon those Yugoslavs who, like Battisti, fled from Austria and afterwards were slain by Austrians as rather to be envied, since at any rate they struck a blow. But anyhow, the names of all these volunteers could not be celebrated on account of their great number. "There is nothing, in fact," wired Mr. Beaumont on December 31, 1919, from Milan, for the blameless readers of the Daily Telegraph. "There is nothing that creates such terrible exasperation in Italy as the persistent repetition of this patent falsehood that the Yugoslavs, meaning thereby the Croats, fought for the common cause." Poor Battisti. When his regiment was captured, he feigned to be dead. His men, however, told the Austrians that it was he, and this they did because they said that he and his irredentist party were to blame for the war. These facts are now fairly well known, thanks to the Czech doctor who was on the spot and tried to save him by assuring the Austrians that it was not Battisti. The soldiers insisted, and in the end, the Austrians executed him. End of section 20. Read by Keith Marohn. Section 21 of The Birth of Yugoslavia, Volume 1 by Henry Baerlein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, The European War, Part 5. Southern Slavs in the Austrian Navy. The several transactions, or attempted transactions, which took place at various periods of the war between the Yugoslav members of the Austro-Hungarian Navy, associated with other Yugoslavs on the one hand and Italian authorities on the other, were frustrated time and again by the astounding conduct of the Italians. Had they made anything like a proper use of the invaluable information that was showered upon them, or if they had requested the other Allied navies in the Mediterranean to act on their behalf, many Allied ships in the Mediterranean would not have been torpedoed, since the submarine activity centered at Kotor, one of the stations which could have been seized. The Austrian front in Albania must have collapsed and the entire war would have ended sooner. In October 1917, the Austrian torpedo boat No. 11 was seized by the Slav members of her crew and brought into Ancona, but their offers of service were refused. The ringleaders showed, by refusing to accept large sums of money, that their purpose was purely patriotic. The Italians, however, simply interned them. A much more serious affair was that of February 1st, 1918, on which day it had been arranged that the Slav sailors at Polo and Kotor should mutiny. At the former place it did not succeed. At Kotor it was so far successful that the mutineers, after imprisoning Admiral Dugovin and many other officers whom they suspected of not being in sympathy with them, took command of the ships and left unanswered an ultimatum addressed to them by the High Naval Command. There was a prospect of the whole fleet shaking off the Austro-Hungarian authority. The chief revolutionary leader was Ante Shashan, a Croat ensign, 26 years of age, from near Dubrovnik, and the son of a well-known sea captain on the coast. "We drew up," he says, "a proclamation representing our case to the Yugoslavs, Czechs, and Poles from the national point of view, and to the Germans and Magyars from the socialist point of view. The Germans threw in their lot with us, but the Magyars went against us. From our ship we continually sent wireless messages asking for help from the Entente fleet, and at first from Italy, which was nearest and could help most quickly. The messages were continually jammed by sailors at the Erzignovo station loyal to Austria-Hungary. But nevertheless, it was known in Italy that something was happening at Kotor. We told the High Command at Kotor, Boca de Cataro, that we no longer recognized their authority and asked that we might get into touch with our deputies whom alone we recognized. The High Command consented. We wired for the following deputies to come to us: Tresic, Yugoslav; Staniak, Czech; Creole, Magyar; Adler, German, and one Polish deputy. But our wires did not, for the most part, get through. Our object was to get help, but meanwhile our situation became more and more desperate. We knew that the 3rd Division was coming from Polo against us, and also the army in Herzegovina. We were prepared to take the battery of the Punta de Ostro, the most important battery in the key to Kotor, which was in the hands of sailors inimical to us. The news came from God that the Magyars there had got the upper hand. We tried to bring them over to us, but in vain. They said, "If you don't stop this, we shall join the 3rd Division and take action against you." The Magyars from other boats sent the same message. The Council of Sailors then debated what was to be done, and it was suggested that Russia, who was shot later, should go in a hydroplane to Italy to give information on the situation and ask for help, and that we in the meantime should lie low and in the event of help coming again raise a revolt.
Russia objected that he did not know Italian and proposed that I should go. The 3rd Division, meanwhile, was already in the port Bocator. At 8:30 in the morning, we flew away in the hydroplane to Italy, I and 2 Poles. At 10, we reached Montenegro, and I explained at the carabiner station why I had come and asked to be brought as soon as possible before the commander of the district. Later, I saw Captain Odo of the Territorials and told him all, and asked him to put me into communication with Brindisi, Taranto, or Rome, and he had us put under arrest. I was interviewed by 2 flying officers 2 days later, but they went off to Brindisi in my hydroplane without me. On February 17th, I was taken under armed escort to Brindisi, where I was imprisoned in a cabin of the man-of-war Varese. I told the commander of the ship that I was at his disposal with all my knowledge of the Austrian fleet. I asked him to put questions because I did not know how much he knew. It was all to no purpose. On February 21st, the admiral in command at Brindisi saw me. From what he said, I understood that nothing had been done about Bocator, and what was more, that not one hydroplane had been sent to investigate the situation there. I learned that I was to go to Rome. They clapped me into barracks. I again asked the Italians to allow me to speak to the Serbian minister, whom I considered the representative of the Yugoslav people. But the request was refused on the plea that it was a question of high politics. Meanwhile, the Polish representative Zamorski was allowed to visit the Poles. But from February 3rd to May 25th, I was unable to get into communication with any of our people.
In May, there was another outbreak at Kotor, but it was overpowered, and many Yugoslav sailors were shot or imprisoned. Shishan was also kept in his Italian prison, though occasionally he was brought out, questioned, and then taken back again. Thus at Ferrara, he informed Captain Ciano about the whole organization of the Austrian offensive and defensive forces, and especially about Pola and Split. Shishan begged to be allowed to take part in the action against the Austrian fleet. And at Rome, where he came before Captain Soldati of the Bureau of Information, he made the same request. With 2 motor launches, he undertook to organize communication between Italy and the Slavs of Dalmatia, in this way to follow events in Austria and help the revolutionary movement. It would be possible to procure the secret wireless codes which the Austrian and German submarines used, but the Italians would do nothing because they were not willing to recognize that the Yugoslavs were fighting against Austria. Seeing that he would never move the Italians to take serious action against the Austrian fleet, Shishan asked to be sent to the Serbian army in Macedonia so that at Salonika he could get into touch with the French and British fleet. In this also he failed, for he was interned from June till December with Yugoslav officers at Nocera Umbra. While there, he was visited by Bizzolati, from whom he learned that the chief of the Admiralty was hostile to the Yugoslavs. And at Nocera Umbra he remained until December 6th, when he was liberated, owing to the efforts of Trumbric and other members of the Yugoslav Committee. In the month of September, a memorandum was drawn up by Trumbric in which he proposed to English and American political and military circles the landing at Šibenik of a force of 50,000 men. This would have been assisted by the mutinous crews of the Austro-Hungarian fleet, whose preparations had been completed in July. At this port, 90% of the sailors of the fleet were Yugoslavs, and among them were a strong national feeling. In fact, if their political leaders had not held them back, they would have endeavored in July to blow up the naval fortifications and sail with the ships to Corfu. The expeditionary army, once at Šibenik, could have penetrated inland and, acting in consort with the many Yugoslav deserters and the insurgent population of Dalmatia and Bosnia, have accelerated the Austrian debacle. In this memorandum, Trumbic asked that the combined Anglo-American-French fleet should support the action, but that the Italians, whom the Yugoslavs distrusted, should take no part. He sneered at the cowardice of the Italians who, with a huge army, did not dare to start an offensive on a grand scale. In well-known circles in Italy, this memorandum was already known, but when it was read in the Italian chamber in the spring of 1919, it made a considerable sensation. On October 3rd, Messrs. Frederick Stepanek, Rudolf Gianno, Valentine Zich of Šibenik, and other authorized Czechoslovak and Yugoslav emissaries went in a sailing boat from Vichy to Italy with a view to getting into connection with Dr. Bienisch, afterwards the Czechoslovak foreign minister, and Dr. Trumbic to inform them as to the situation in the monarchy, and to obtain instructions regarding the moment of the revolution in which their soldiers and sailors were to participate. On arrival in Rome on October 7th, the delegates were interrogated by Major Troiani of the Bureau of Information, and on the same day for 3 hours by the Inspector General of Public Safety. From then till October 20th, they were interned at the Mikowa barracks at the Castro Praetoris, and although they made repeated attempts to see a member of the Yugoslav Committee or Dr. Bienisch, who was in Rome, they were told that this delicate question could only be solved by the Premier himself. And when brought before him, Dr. Bienisch had departed. The delegates had entreated that he and Trumbic should be informed of their arrival, but in spite of various assurances, nothing whatever was done. It is suggested that the fleet would have been in Slav hands 2 or 3 weeks earlier, which would very probably have precipitated events on the Western Front if the Italians had not acted in this inexcusable fashion. Advance of the Allies in Macedonia. The collapse of Austria-Hungary was being hastened by the fine work of the Allies' Macedonian army. France and Great Britain had provided for the re-equipment of the Serbs, and of the variegated forces that were based on Salonika, none did more magnificently than this resurrected army. A weather-beaten sergeant of the French infantry colonial told me that he had never seen an exploit such as that of Kamachalan, where the Serbs set themselves the task of climbing to the summit, which towers 8,000 feet high, and from there dislodging the Bulgarian artillery. Over and over again the Serbs were thrown back, and with terrific losses, for the mountainside was strewn with rocks not large enough to shelter more than a man or two. But as the infantry colonial is habitually chosen for the roughest work, so the Serbs asked for nothing better than to climb the wall that shut them out from their own country. The labyrinth of trenches on the mountaintop was taken and retaken many times until the Bulgars, inadequately supported by their allies, had to retreat. And this, after further ferocious fighting, enabled the Serbs and the French to liberate Monastir. The complicated story of Greek maneuvers need not detain us, nor need we ask whether Mr. Leland Buxton is justified in saying that the majority of the people were pro-German.
But were subsequently compelled by the Allied blockade to declare themselves supporters of Venizelos, on whose behalf indeed the British Admiralty and War Office had to carry on a sort of election campaign by Eastern European methods until the numerous waverers wisely decided that it was better to be a well-fed Venezuelist than a hungry royalist.
Sufficient that after months of delaying, in the course of which the Russian troops had to be turned into labor battalions, Marshal Misic, whose plan of campaign had fortunately been adopted, had the satisfaction of seeing his own countrymen and their allies racing up at last through Macedonia and Serbia to the Danube and beyond it. What did they find? Bridges hastily blown up, tunnels rendered impassable by 2 locomotives laden with dynamite being made to collide in the middle of them.
but the Serbs went rushing on. The supply columns could not keep pace with the troops. During the first 8 days of the offensive, the men of the Second Army received but 2 days' rations. They continued their advance across the Vardar, though but little bread and practically no other food was obtainable. In 3 days, they had covered 60 miles. There was only time for them to greet the women and old men, and even if they had been told of the 130,000 horses, the 6 million sheep and goats, the 2 million pigs, the 1,300,000 cattle, and over 8 million poultry which the enemy had taken, if they had learned that the losses sustained by Serbia, exclusive of her own expenses and of the war loans from her allies, amounted to some 10 billion francs on a pre-war valuation, what did all this matter in that joyous time? How the Magyars treated their Serbian subjects. At the beginning of the war, the dominant Magyars of the Banat had as little uncertainty about the result as Count Julius Andrassy professed to have at a later period. "Victory must come to our troops," he said, "because they are better organized and more efficient, and because they are, above all, filled with unexampled enthusiasm, which makes heroes of them all." The enthusiasm which, for instance, caused the mob at Velika Kikinda to shout, "Idli na Habaru!" "Long live the war!" while they fired revolvers in at the windows of an unilluminated house because it was the house of a Serb, a son-in-law of the well-known banker Marko Bogdan, without stopping to ascertain that he was at the front fighting against Serbia, might be dismissed as a folly on the part of the crowd if it were not so characteristic of the whole Magyar administration. The subject nationalities were to be enrolled in the Magyar host and treated at the same time with contumely. At Versace, Dr. Slavko Militic, son of the famous patriot, was suspected not only of cherishing Serbian sympathies, which was natural, but of committing a felony. The authorities believed that in his medical capacity he was exempting people from their military service, and not for the advantage of the Serbian cause so much as for that of his own pocket. Several detectives were therefore put to bed in 1 or 2 of the wards of the military hospital, and the upshot of it was that 3 other doctors, all of them Magyars who had given way to these practices, committed suicide. The chief of the hospital poisoned himself, one of the staff shot himself, and the third culprit hanged himself in prison. Dr. Militic had previously been kept for 3.5 months under the shadow of a conviction for high treason. One Banchocat, a Romanian who did not understand the Serbian language, asserted that the doctor, at a meeting held 2 weeks before the Archduke's assassination, must have known that war was brewing, since, so said Bonchacat, he had not confined himself to Serbian ecclesiastical affairs, which was the object of the meeting, but had uttered the remark that if the Austrians had bayonets, the Serbs had axes. Although Bonchacat was a man condemned to 9 years penal servitude for murder, and although the doctor only called on his own behalf 2 witnesses who were not Serbs, but the head of the frontier police and the head of the town police, he was nevertheless kept in suspense for 3.5 months. Afterwards, owing to the lack of Magyar doctors, he was begged to be the state doctor for the town. Similarly, the Orthodox priest Radulovic of Pančevo was transported to Arad and interned there for no other reason than his nationality, whereas his son, a first lieutenant of the Hungarian Honvad, was expected to be very loyal. When certain rumors came to the son's ears, he was then serving on the Russian front. He inquired and was told that his father had merely been warned. Presently, he learned the truth and in consequence deserted to the Russians and became a member of the Yugoslav Brigade. Thus, it will be seen that the Magyar unwisdom was on a par with that which they had shown in days of peace. Unfortunately for their state, the Magyar politicians were less honest than the Magyar peasants.
so that the denationalizing process met with pretty firm resistance. What can be said for the honesty of a legal decision which laid it down that as two Serbian philanthropists, Barajevac and Sandulovic at Pančevo, had not specially mentioned that the funds that they had bequeathed for a school were to be for a Serbian school? This the benefactors had assumed as a matter of course. They must be used for a Magyar establishment? Save for the officials, there were practically no Magyars in Pančevo. And when the war began, the remainder of the fund was invested by the Magyars in their war loan. It is curious, by the way, to see what methods were employed to make the loan successful. Fathers were frequently told that if their subscription was adequate, their sons at the front would duly be granted leave. The Slovak village of Kovačica in the Banat was compelled to put 3 million crowns into war loan, the Magyar notary making a list of the amounts which every person had to pay under penalty of being sent to the front. If he was too old for this, he was threatened with internment. Kovačica, a few years before the war, had shown the Magyar fitness for governing an alien people. The population consisted of 5,200 Lutheran Slovaks and 200 miscellaneous persons, Jews, Magyars, and Germans. Nevertheless, it was ordered that the church service must be in the Magyar and not in the Slovak language. When the parishioners objected, the police, with sticks and guns, expelled them from the large, lofty church, and 83 of them were sentenced to various periods of imprisonment. Serbian barristers defended them gratuitously, but the judge had himself taken an active part in turning the people out of the church. And presently the barristers were told that they had themselves been convicted. Dr. Dusan Bošević for 1 year on the ground that he had the napkins at a banquet decorated with the Serbian colors. Dr. Branislav Stanojević for 3 years because his visits to Belgrade, where his parents and his brother were living, stamped him, said the Magyar judge, as a traitor. The total number of Magyars at Kovačica was 10. And for a time, they came to hear their language, which had thus been compulsorily introduced. Handbills were sent round to summon the Magyars from neighboring villages, but gradually this congregation grew smaller and smaller. When 2 Magyars attended, then the pastor gave them a sermon. If only one was present, he confined himself to prayers. The Magyars had seen to it, by the way, that there should not be much sympathy between the pastor and his bishop. Of this diocese, about 3/4 were Slovaks and 1/4 Germans and Magyars, but the government vetoed the choice of Dr. Chalva, who was disqualified for being friendly to the Slovaks. His father and grandfather had both been bishops of that same diocese, and a certain Dr. Raffe was appointed who spoke nothing but Magyar and some words of German. However, by taking in this way a few examples of Magyar methods, one may be accused of having chosen merely those which illustrate one's theme. It would be hazardous to draw conclusions as to the Magyar officers in general, because a certain Lieutenant Chabi, who during the war found himself quartered on a Serbian family of the name of Stjević at Priboj in the Sandjak, behaved differently from his predecessor in Austrian colonel. This Austrian had been well satisfied, but the lieutenant's first night was so disturbed that he fined his host 60 crowns for giving him a bug-ridden bed. Nevertheless, if large numbers of Austrian colonels and Magyar lieutenants had acted in a similar fashion, we should be justified in deducing that several characteristics, be they good or bad, are possessed by the average Magyar subaltern. And the catalogue of Magyar limitations in the Banat, both prior to and during the war, is so voluminous that one would have thought them to be not worth discussing. If one restricts oneself to a few, it is in order to avoid being tedious, and if they are ineffective among the resolute pro-Magyars of this country, then one must resign oneself to leaving these gentlemen unconvinced. They will argue that stupidity is universal,
and that Magyar authorities should not be called in question for their treatment of the priest of Crvena Crkva, a village with 1,108 inhabitants, 1,048 Serbs, 34 Slovaks, 17 Germans, and 9 Magyars. This intelligent man, he is a noted player of a complicated card game, was indicted for high treason because on hearing that the Emperor William was alleged to have undertaken to slaughter every Serb, the priest remarked that the emperor should have added, "if God wills it." But near the village of Zlatica there was, at the beginning of the war, one Adam Rada, who was charged with making signals to the Serbs across the Danube by means of lights, and this although the situation of Rada's mill made such a thing impossible. Before being executed, he was led ceremoniously through the village, his coffin being carried in the procession. This coffin was so small that Rada's feet had to be cut off. The grave was guarded by a soldier, who kept the family away from it. Rada's servant was in the hands of the police, after having been thrashed in order to compel him to give hostile evidence. He was convicted to 6 years' imprisonment. But the lack of evidence does not appear to have weighed very strongly with the Magyar judges. "It is quite true," said one of them in 1915 in the town of Bielacirkva during the trial of a young priest, Vojin Vojinović, "that there are witnesses who say he did not utter certain words in 1913, and no witnesses who say that he did. But I am convinced that he uttered them." The ferocity of the punishments may be seen from the example of Alexia Pietkovich of Pinchevo, the father of 9, who was condemned to hard labor for 9 years because his 12-year-old son during the war is alleged to have said to him, "Father, don't accept German money. It won't have any value." At the same place, in 1914, the Serbian peasants were brought in from the village of Borca. There was no proof that they were traitors, but they had been denounced and they were sentenced to be shot. With a military escort, they were promenaded through the town, each one of them having to hold the Hungarian flag. At the scene of execution, the Hungarian elite, together with their wives and daughters, were assembled. And after the bodies had been thrown onto a cart, they were flogged for some unknown reason by one Blajak, a detective, while the audience cried, "Alien! Hurrah!" But the war brought to an end the bad old days of a tyrannous minority. It will be shown in a year or two, when a proper census is taken, that the Magyars were already much more in a minority than they ever admitted. Instead of 9 million out of the 18 millions, which was the pre-war population of Hungary, it will be found that the Magyars themselves numbered barely 6 millions, though in their efforts to obtain recruits they charged only 1 crown, and afterwards nothing at all for a naturalization paper. The day has gone by when a father could be interned for being a Serb, while his son, an assistant notary, was reckoned a Magyar, only Magyars being eligible for that office. The day has gone when the Budapest government could order its officials, while taking a census, to swell the Magyar numbers as much as possible. The officials at Subotica confessed on oath after the war that they had received orders to this effect. One of their practices was to put down as uncertain those Serbian children who were too young to speak. Even those who were most willing to be absorbed into Magyardom were often indigested. One finds in the statistics cases of converted Jews who, being asked to state their religion and nationality, replied to the former question Catholic and to the later Jew.
Footnote regarding Dr. Slavko Militic. In 1919, this very popular physician became Minister of Public Health in a coalition cabinet, and in 1920 he became Minister of Posts and Telegraphs. End of footnote.
the southern Slavs pay part of their debt to the Habsburg monarchy. If the practices of Budapest had been less flagrant, one would write of Hungary's decomposition with a certain sympathy. It is conceivable that in the British Empire there are anti-British elements whose aim would commonly be classed by the authorities as mad ambitions, which is what Count Apollonia called the separatist tendencies of the southern Slavs in Austria-Hungary. But, may the platitude be pardoned, there is all the difference between the spirit in which the alien rule of the one government was and the other is administered. No doubt there are portions of the British Empire in which a plebiscite would have the same disintegrating result as it would have had in most of the regions that had been lopped from Hungary. We, with our allies, declined to permit a plebiscite in Hungary's late territories, since we believed that the population had overwhelmingly displayed its wishes at the end of the war. And an Englishman may hope to escape the charge of hypocrisy if he does not permit the withholding of a plebiscite from certain of his fellow subjects to prevent him from alluding with satisfaction to those who have been liberated from the sway of Budapest. A. In Sirmia. Everywhere, the dawn was breaking for the Habsburg southern Slavs. At Vukovar in Sirmia, to take an example, there was formed, as elsewhere, a national council. Under Baron Josef Reichetz, a grandson of the Patriarch and, to all appearances, a brother of Falstaff, the council maintained order until the coming of the Serbian army. An Austrian naval captain with a floating arsenal, 4 steamers and 22 drifters, was held up as he proposed to sail toward Budapest by being told of a battery at Dalia higher up the Danube. However, the Vukovar townsfolk, in view of a possible explosion, begged that the prisoner, who had wept at being stopped, should be sent on his way. The German harbor master, a lieutenant, assured the baron that he would assist him if he were allowed to keep his liberty. But he was tempted in the middle of a night to assist 2 German captains who were trying to get through, each with a string of drifters. Reichetz, whose armed force consisted of 40 Serbian ex-prisoners and 50 of his own workmen, he armed them with what he found on the drifters, had no means of stopping the German boats. But after telephoning in vain to the ex-harbor master, he fired a shot into one of the boats, which fortunately found the kitchen, and made such a terrible noise among the pots and pans that the Germans considered it more prudent to remain. The Baron succeeded in sending back to Belgrade altogether 39 steamers and 217 loaded drifters, which contained booty, even from the Ukraine, that was valued at about 1,000,000 crowns. But the Austro-Hungarians managed to get away with a considerable amount of plunder. The people of Budapest were surprised on the morning of November 5th to find the Sophie, one of the most luxurious passenger steamers on the Danube, laying at their quay, with her decks groaning under such a pile of packing cases and parcels and furniture and all kinds of objects heaped upon each other as almost to make the boat unrecognizable. A lieutenant with a dozen soldiers was sent to investigate, and the captain showed him an order from the Minister of War, commanding that the Sophie should take on board the military government in Serbia and transport it to Vienna. But the Budapest authorities insisted on removing all the articles whose ownership the passengers were unable to prove. And it took a whole day to unload the enormous quantities of flour, leather, clothing, poultry, sugar, fats, etc. The former military governor of Serbia related that on October 5th he received the order to begin the military evacuation of Serbia. This was carried on day by day, and on October 28th it was completed. "We sent by the railway and by boats," said Colonel Kirchnev to the Hungarian journalists, 4,000 carloads of wheat, 10,000 fat oxen, 10,000 transport oxen,
10,000 pigs and 4,000 sheep, 15 carloads of wine, 400 carloads of jam, enormous quantities of wood, of telephone material, of arms, munitions, and 16 million crowns in silver. Such was the military evacuation of Serbia. And at the beginning of the same month, when the whole Austro-Hungarian monarchy was in a state of collapse, Baron Husarek stood up in the Reichstag and said that the task will arise for the government carefully to prepare and inaugurate the difficult but hopeful work of reconstructing the monarchy on the basis of national autonomy. The imperturbable Prime Minister announced that we shall have to go to work and set our house in order. But you will say that the Baron was a futile Mrs. Partington, an isolated antagonist of the inevitable, and only mentioned here for the sake of dramatic effect. Not at all. So far from being laughed at everywhere as an absurd reactionary, he was held in the highest Budapest circles to be a perilous innovator. He actually spoke about conciliating with Austro-Hungarian Slavs, not so Count Tisza.
"What is happening in Austria?" exclaimed the grim Calvinist a few months before. "Are strange, grotesque displays of the ridiculous symptoms of the presumptuous mentality of people of no importance." B. In Slovenia. One further example of Southern Slav activity may be given, as it will show us what was happening among the pious and industrious Slovenes. It would have been unnatural if the clerical party had longed for Austria's downfall, and a large number of priests would still have been Austrophile if Dr. Jeglic, the eminent Prince Bishop of Ljubljana, had not summoned all the political parties and caused them to adopt a patriotic Yugoslav attitude. His retirement was in consequence demanded, but the Pope, who asked for an explanation of the whole movement, was quite satisfied. Nor would Vienna have been able to take any serious steps against the bishop, seeing that most of the Slovenes were behind him. But the small Slovene people could, until November 1st, 1918, offer nothing more than a passive resistance to their masters. They did not dare to speak Slovene in public. "What is the easiest language in the world?" was being asked in Maribor on the 1st of November. It was the language which so many people had apparently learned in a single night. The people were Slovenes, the officials were Austrian. Though one or two of the officials were Slovenes, and the minority of the people claimed to be Austrians. This being more marked in the town of Maribor, where the German Austrians were as many as 35%, than in the surrounding district where 95% are Yugoslav. Dr. Jeglic had prepared the forces that were going to break their bonds on that fateful day. At 7 o'clock a.m., Dr. Srđeco Lijencic, one of the rare Slovene officials, he had been denounced by two of his colleagues and imprisoned at the beginning of the war for having, they said, laughed maliciously at Great Britain resolving to fight. Dr. Lijencic and his friend, General Meister, took over the administration in the name of the Yugoslav state. General Meister had been, till then, a major, employed, as he was a political suspect, on depot work. And when the 8 or 9 Austrian colonels appeared on November 1st before Lijencic, the genial official and Meister, they were informed by the latter that he was a general. He looks like a swarthy Viking, and they were asked to surrender their swords. As they did not know how many men the general had behind him, as a matter of fact he had 9, they acted on his suggestion. One of them wept as he did so. At 11 o'clock a.m., Lijencic deposed all the chief civil officials in that part of Styria, and the general persuaded the 47th Regiment to leave by train. They were influenced by a notice in the papers which said that 100,000 Frenchmen, invented by the general and Lijencic, had just arrived at Ljubljana. After this, the two companions carried on at Maribor. Very little was known of them for a month at Ljubljana, Zagreb, or Belgrade, but then they were confirmed in the post they had assumed, and Meister became a regular general. They were not intolerant. They expelled less than 10 people. Although so many of the German Austrians had come under the auspices of the Südmark-Verein, a colonization society, or the Deutsche Schulverein, an educational body to propagate Germanism. One of these colonists, a doctor who had lived a dozen years in Maribor, could only say good morning in Slovene. And German women in the marketplace, themselves unable to speak proper German, used to insist on the Slovene peasants speaking a language of which they knew scarcely a word. Lejenčić and Meister took no steps against the Bishop of Maribor, who, 3 months after the Austrian collapse, celebrated a mass in honor of the ex-emperor. This bishop, the son of Slovene peasants, had been educated near Vienna, had been a confessor of the House of Habsburg, and he found it difficult to regard himself as a Slovene. Gradually the voice of his own people spoke in him, and then, after very long and honorable mental conflict, he developed into an excellent Yugoslav. He and Meister are, both of them, poets. Most of the general's pieces, which are all in Slovene, treat of love and nature, but he wrote at least one set of other verses which the Austrians suppressed during the war. This is the nearest translation I can make of them. Have pity, Christ, on thy poor folk, for now the fields are desolate, and misery and famine wait. On all the chimneys give no smoke, our men have marched away from us. Soon will the village bells have gone from their dark places up on high, and we who watch will never tie. Gay blossoms round them, and upon their path no laughter will resound. Beloved bells, when thunder rolled and lightning threatened us, you swayed our music censers, and you prayed that God Almighty would behold the danger and be merciful. O bells that sang of love and joy, a foul destruction you will spread. Once you moaned sweetly for the dead, and now 'tis you that will destroy. And on their course the bullets moan. But once again, O bells, we pray, let the tremendous music roll. Sing us the secrets of your soul, and then your last song of dismay, and wrath and sacrilegious death. Footnote regarding the Austrophile priests. A couple of months before the triumph of the Yugoslav idea, one of these priests, Dr. Alexius Uzinichnik, professor of theology, published at Ljubljana a little book packed with ancient and modern quotations from Latin and French, Italian and German sources. He called it Die Jugoslavia eine Umpologie. And in the strongest terms he combated the reproach that the Slovene bishop, the clergy, and the people were not loyal to the Habsburgs. Dr. Uzinichnik proved that the poor Slovenes were suffering an almost intolerable subjection at the hand of the Germans, but he persisted in demanding nothing more than freedom within the Habsburg monarchy. "The monarchy," said our unhappy author, "is in the midst of its development." And this priest, who was so deaf to the grand Yugoslav idea, quoted with approval the words of Gustav Le Bon. "Ideas take a long time in possessing the people's soul." End of footnote. End of Volume 1. End of The Birth of Yugoslavia, Volume 1 by Henry Baerlein. Read by Keith Marohn.